Let's begin the journey.
महागणपतिं मनसा स्मरामि महागणपतिं मनसा स्मरामि वसिष्ठवामदेवादिवन्दित महागणपतिम् ओ साजन साजन मैं करूं तो साजन जीव जड़ी साजन फूल गुलाब रो सूंघू घड़ी घड़ी ओ जी केसरिया बालम आवोनी पधारो मारे देश रे पधारो मारे देश रे पधारो मारे Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Udana deep tadana deep tana dhirena Udana deep tadana deep tana dhirena Deep tano dano dano dhirena Deep tano dano dano dhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Tom tanana dhirena Udanadim tadirena dhirena Udanadim tadirena Udanadim tadirena dhirena Udanadim tadirena dhirena dim tadirena dhirena dim tadirena dhirena dim tadirena dhirena dim tadirena
Tati tati dagenna dhad da tinna 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 Dadrigirtig dadrigirda 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 da tinna Kirtig dadrigirtig dadrigirda da tinna Dadrigirtig dadrigirda kirtig dadrigirda kirtig dadrigirda
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. With open arms and appropriate social distancing, I welcome you all to Odyssey 2021. What was meant to be held against the lush backdrops of Kerala's backwaters is taking place in safer settings at home and virtually. It was a tough call for us to shift to an online platform. Odyssey stands for a long, eventful, and adventurous journey. I think it perfectly encapsulates the essence behind holding this institute virtually. From Kochi to the comfort of your homes, to where I stand with this stylish virtual spacecraft, this journey has been full of ups and downs. It has taught us a lot and reminded us that despite all odds and challenges, the human spirit is determined and keep moving forward. A poet has aptly said, वक्त की गर्दिशों का गम ना करो, हौसले आखिर मुश्किलों में पलते हैं. Don't be dismayed by the whirlwinds of time. Courage is born of troubles. COVID-19 for the first time brought the world to a halt. As countries around the world have been questioning their global ties, Rotary stands as the unifier of the world. While governments are shutting borders, we are opening our hearts for each other. We are alive and overcome by the spirit of service more than ever. We are here together even in such trying times, and that is what matters. Rotary is a global organization like no other, and it is that spirit of fellowship, service, and humanity which keeps the family growing. It is very important, especially in times like this, as leader of truly global and international organization, we must leverage the spirit and come together to stand as one for the world. At Odyssey, during the next 3 days, we will hear a plethora of speakers, each one a luminary in her or his field. A well thought out and handpicked program awaits you, and we believe it should keep you engaged and illuminated throughout the 3 days of this institute. It gives me immense pleasure in welcoming a specially curated speaker lineup with dignitaries from all walks of life. At this stage, I would like to thank Director Kamal for reposing faith in me. His continued confidence as we moved from a live event to a virtual platform has pushed the team. It is a pleasure to welcome President-elect Shekhar Mehta to our virtual world. We look forward to an outstanding Rotary year in 21-22 under his leadership. A warm welcome to industrialist Kumar Mangalam Birla for gracing our inaugural session. I would like to welcome all the Rotary dignitaries, all past, current, and incoming RI officers, Rotaractors, and leading Rotarians from Zone 4, 5, 6, and 7 and around the globe watching this event. I would especially like to thank our key sponsors and members of Institute Committee who have stood behind us like a rock and made this possible. Our event managers for this institute are Tantra Events, pioneers in bringing path-breaking innovations in the events industry. The technology used for the Odyssey is a clickable 3D engine integrated with hybrid technology. A rural livelihood project, Wild Ideas, came into being in 2014 in rural Tiruvannamalai, Tamil Nadu, run by women from disadvantaged background with a desire to stand on their own feet. Wild Ideas products are made using 100% natural ingredients, making the dream of a chemical-free home accessible and affordable. I hope you all have received a gift hamper from Wild Ideas, especially curated for the delegates of Odyssey. Fellowship, hospitality, and a sense of community is at the heart of Rotary, and through coming days, we hope to reinstill the feeling of belonging, to provide refreshment and respite to all of you who have been working not only for your families, but also for the community around you. So sit back, fasten your seat belts and enjoy the ride. Explore our link, visit the virtual stalls and engage. They say a convener has to be both curious and knowledgeable about what is being spoken about, and they always have to know the right questions to ask. Well, today we have a man with years of experience, not just in the world, but also with Rotary. He is the managing director of a family-owned banking, financing, and construction conglomerate, a member of Rotary Dhanbad since 1991, and our director. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Director Convener Kamal Sanghvi.
When something bad happens, you have three choices. You can let it define you, you can let it destroy you, or you can let it strengthen you. Restart, rethink, reshape, reimagine. Many paths, one guide. Resilience. Those who navigate and succeed in times of change have one thing in common. They are resilient. Clearly, technology is at forefront of work and life. So let's embrace it to build a smart, alive and sensitive workforce, enable remote operations, expand digital channels, or respond to changes faster and plan for what's next. Let's build resilience. Since fighting with the invisible foe, we have started doing many positive things in our lives, which was being ignored for long. While studying deep, we have come to know that COVID-19 has come to balance our lives and fill the gaps of our lifestyle, relationships, our universe, and nature as well. Let's start with the cleansing part of our life. Now we not only sanitize, disinfect, or antisepsis ourselves, but also things that directly and indirectly belong to us without any special occasion or festival. We have started cleaning our houses and surroundings on a regular basis, and thus support to clean our society and community as well. Nature is healing. This is not a secret or a lie. Various incidents from across the country have revealed the adverse impact human activity has had on the environment. During this period of minimized movement, nature has got a well-deserved breathing space. Flamingos have painted Mumbai pink. Himalayas are seen from Jalandhar and Punjab. Delhi has a crisp blue sky. Friends, nature reflects man. Nature is not an inanimate thing or a piece of machinery. It is not a thing to manipulate, but something to be cherished, respected, and revered. The echo depends upon the sound you make. If you learn to love the world, 3 times the love that you give will be received by you. It is we who are the deciding factor. चलो हर सांस का कर्ज चुकाते हैं, आओ मिलकर वृक्ष लगाते हैं. When it comes to family relationships, we can say that the pandemic has constrained us to pass quality time with our family members and made us realize that our family members are our lifelines. Technology is an integral part of this new reality. Appending current educational practices, models, and processes, digitalization of education was already underway before the pandemic, but the crisis has accelerated the transformation. Rotary India has recognized this. Rotary India Literacy Mission has initiated probably the world's biggest e-learning program with NCERT and Ministry of Education, benefiting nearly 15 crore children across India. Every day people are losing jobs and income with no way of knowing when normality will return. Rotary India Literacy Mission also launched a pilot skilling program, Saksham Bharat, to skill young adults with surety of employment. I proudly announce that the first batch of 51 skilled young adults graduated today with job placements. And the next batch of 100 will graduate shortly. It will be our endeavor to skill 5,000 young adults this Rotary year. The Zoom platform has opened new doors for Rotary, both on digital learning and fellowship with plethora of innovative ideas. The world has become a global village. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam and Ubuntu are the flavors of the season. How meaningful the African philosophy of Ubuntu has become. I am because we are. The need in the world are greater and more diverse than ever before. The challenges we face making the world more equitable, more just over a broad range of human needs amounts indeed to a steep mountain climb. Yet, the climbing must be done. Seizing the opportunities as Rotary opens doors of service, किसी के आंखों के आंसू खगाल कर तो देखो, किसी के चेहरे पे मुस्कान ला कर तो देखो, खुद ब खुद हो जाएगी तेरे पैरों की जलन कम, किसी के पैर से कांटा निकाल कर तो देखो. Even the Institute Committee changed course. From the backwaters of God's own country, Kochi, they traversed the unknown and have created the Odyssey, a virtual platform of knowledge, love, and friendship. The Odyssey chair Sanjay Khemka and his team has brought to your doorstep world's greatest achievers, thinkers, doers, who will take you onto a journey in pursuit of excellence. We have speakers and deliberators who are masters of their field and resonate our 7 areas of focus. We have with us 14 CEOs, educators, bankers, environmentalists, teachers, diplomats, sportsmen, poets, lawyers, moral uplifters, actors, entertainers, etc., creating an institute of knowledge. We are indeed fortunate to be blessed by the doyen of Indian industries, Shri Kumar Mangalam Birla. Thank you, sir, for allowing us to breathe the same air you breathe. And surely, our leader, President-elect Shekhar Mehta, a man who converts dreams into reality and makes others believe that they can. The Odyssey is all about persistence, and persistence is all about continuing to perform an action or working for a goal and objective, even if we have failed in our attempts and are tired of trying. Martin Luther King Jr. said, "If you can't fly, then run. If you can't run, then walk. If you can't walk, then crawl. But whatever you do, you have to keep moving forward." There is no greater joy than finishing the race. A world free of polio is now becoming a reality. The last hurdle needs to be crossed, and cross we surely will, for we are the vanguards of the society. It is we who pledge to make the world a better place to live in. इसीलिए किसी ने सही कहा है, रख हौसला वो मंजर भी आएगा, प्यासे के पास समंदर भी आएगा, थक कर न बैठ है मंजिले मुसाफिर, मंजिल भी मिलेगी और रोटरी में जीने का मजा भी आएगा. Up next to talk to us about network, enrich, serve, we have our very own President-elect. From working to help underdeveloped countries eliminate avoidable blindness, to working in disaster management, to making India totally literate. He's a person to always rise to the occasion. Join me in welcoming the President-elect, Shekhar Mehta, to take the wheel.
Dear Rotary leaders, I'm so happy to be speaking to all of you from our 4 zones and of course from around the world. The happiness would have been double if only we were all together in the picturesque Cochin, shaking hands, giving warm hugs to each other, something we all are longing to do now for months. Convener, Director Kamal Sangvi, my compliments to you for organizing this outstanding institute, though virtually. But this is what the new normal is. The pandemic has impacted our lives like nothing else before. And yet, the human spirit has taken up this challenge with resilience, grit, patience, discipline, and above all, hope. Hope is a powerful thing. It inspires us to do the impossible and helps us carry on during difficult times. Hope now seems to be turning to reality because of some great minds coming together and developing vaccines in record time against the biggest disaster we have seen in our lifetimes. So today, let us celebrate the spirit of hope, the spirit of humanity. This spirit knows how to survive, how to adapt, and how to excel despite adversities taking such a great toll during this annus horribilis. For Rashi and me, it has been a year best forgotten. Between us, we lost a father and a mother. We lost our dear Binotadi and our special friend Yash. May their souls rest in eternal peace. On the events front, 2 of the biggest Rotary events, the convention and the International Assembly, had to become virtual, devoiding thousands of Rotarians the joy of fellowship, of networking, of learning. And yet, friends, we all look so hopefully to this new year. We look forward to a healthier world, and as Rotarians, once again we want to play our part. We will work to our best ability to help our respective governments in the vaccination process. If on one hand, past President Rajaji, Ashok Mahajan and I have met the Health Minister, the Niti Aayog, etc., on the other hand, work at the grassroots level in UP, Karnataka and other places has started at the state level. Rotary is being invited by these states as people with the polio vaccination experience. As Rotarians, there is a lot we can do to stop COVID. We can help in distribution of vaccines, provide training and certification to vaccinators. We can provide our hospitals, blood banks, schools, etc. as vaccination centers. We can help in social mobilization, advocacy for vaccine resistance, etc. Polio, of course, gave us a silver lining last year. With Africa now declared polio-free, we are truly this close to ending polio. The last leg of a marathon is most crucial and painful, but the runner's eyes are on the finishing line and not on the pain. So is ours. Let us put our best feet forward in this marathon. Let us contribute wholeheartedly to the Rotary Foundation for Polio. Our contributions multiply because of the match by the foundation and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. The challenge of the pandemic also made us flexible, nimble, more connected and nearly omnipresent. I myself, quite like so many of you, have zoomed from one Zoom to another, at times spanning a few continents in just one day. I remember on one particular day, I was in Africa, South America, USA, Europe and South Asia. Our speed to hold meetings and take decisions has increased considerably. The Rotary International Board now meets every alternate month, and the trustees are shade better. They meet every month. Quick decisions are the outcome following one of the pillars of our action plan, increasing the ability to adapt. I'll tell you about this club, Rotary Club of Delhi Southwest. For last 20 years they've been organizing a sit and draw competition for various awareness programs like water, sanitation, etc. Last year they got 6,000 children from Delhi. But this year they wanted to do it virtually and they had invited me. I was amazed to see that instead of 6,000 children from Delhi, there were more than 12,000 children from 22 countries from across 5 continents. All because of the advantage of the virtual world. These advantages, I hope, will remain with us even when the pandemic is long gone. Hybrid is going to be the new world. This will, if handled smartly, enhance participant engagement, another of our action plan pillars. Rotarians will now have the best of both worlds, virtual and physical. Friends, Rotarians have also accomplished amazing programs and projects even during the pandemic. Our own contribution of nearly $15 million to the Prime Minister Care Fund is an outstanding effort by each and every one of you. Add to that the grassroots level work by so many of you by providing masks, PPE kits, ventilators, or even providing hospitals has been just outstanding. The value of this was also nearly the same, making the total contribution for COVID-related projects to be nearly $30 million in India, which is 106 crores. And friends, this did not impact our contribution to the Rotary Foundation. There also, we reached our goal. Our work in the areas of focus also has been outstanding. I am aware of the million-plus tree plantation, solar projects, dialysis centers, blood banks, health vans, heart surgeries for children, rural toilets, wash-in schools, etc. done by Rotarians in Nepal, Sri Lanka and India. The Rotary India Humanity Foundation also helped enhance the work in the areas of focus, and so will it in the future, but now more aligned with the Rotary Foundation. I particularly feel proud of our work in literacy by Rotary India Literacy Mission, even during this pandemic. The nearly 1,500 hours of audiovisual content that we provided to the Government of India is of outstanding quality according to the government. As per government figures, this content for classes 1 to 12, along with other content of course, has had more than 400 million or 40 crore hits. And friends, mind you, these are government figures. Rotary in Nepal and Pakistan also are gradually adapting these programs very well. At a recent meeting organized by the World Bank for some African nations with the Government of India on the topic Digital Education and Remote Learning Infrastructure, Learnings from India Experience. The Government of India now wishes to help African nations with this and other content. And what great PR this is. Each day millions of children in India now read the name of Rotary as the presenter of this content. The Government of India guidelines for its Padhna Likhna Abhiyan, the program of total literacy in India, mentions RILM at various places. Rotary is there. Friends, we are committed to our goal of total literacy in India and then in South Asia. Once the pandemic is over, Rotarians in our zones, led by the outstanding district governors, will reach out to the corporates and to the government agencies with plans to do similar impactful work in health, water, sanitation, empowerment, environment, etc., thereby increasing our impact. The pandemic has provided us time to sharpen our axe. I urge you, my friends, to take up projects that have long-lasting and widespread impact. Dear leaders, I commend each and every one of you for the amazing leadership you show. I take pride in the service activities, the giving and growth in South Asia. You have excelled in each of these areas. Now I hope you will take up and inspire others to take up the challenge of each one bring one. Let us change the membership trend of our great organization. Each of you can bring at least one, just one member to Rotary in the next 18 months. Each one, bring one is all I ask of you. Let us also have new flexible clubs, passport clubs, satellite clubs, cause-based clubs. The opportunities are great. We have done well in the past in expanding our reach. Now is the time to upscale our performance. Let our giving to Rotary Foundation also go up like never before. Currently, the TRF trustee chair is from our zone. From 1st July, the president of Rotary International will be from our zone. We have always excelled in giving to the Rotary Foundation in such times. Let us do that once more. And let our focus also be on annual giving and polio giving. Friends, hope is the elixir of life. It leads to innovations, discoveries. It leads to excellence, and that is what we all expect. Hope of a great future for Rotary in our zones and of course around the world. Jonas Salk had said, hope lies in dreams, in imagination, and in the courage of those who dare to convert their dreams into reality. We Rotarians hope for our membership to grow, hope for polio to end, hope for COVID to become history, aided by our role in doing so. We have hope of a totally literate South Asia, hope of Rotary playing a pivotal role working alongside the governments in bringing water, sanitation and empowerment to our people, leading to the hope of peace in the world. With this annus horribilis behind us, my hope is, अच्छे दिन फिर आने वाले हैं. Great days are just about to be back. Wishing all of you a great new year. Namaste.
And now the doyen of Indian industry, a man whose presence is felt indirectly in most of our lives. He is a billionaire industrialist and the chairman of the $48 billion Aditya Birla Group. Mr. Kumar Mangalam Birla, his mother Srimati Rajshri Birla and the entire Birla family are among the top philanthropists in India and also the ardent supporters of the Rotary Foundation. And they have so far donated $13.5 million to the Rotary Foundation for polio eradication. Besides this, they have supported many other Rotary projects. We are fortunate to have amongst us Mr. Kumar Mangalam Birla to inspire us with his wisdom. Please welcome the one and only Shri Birla to give the inaugural keynote address.
Dear Rotarians, it's good to connect virtually with all of you to deliver the opening address at the Odyssey, the flagship conference of the Rotary Institute for South Asia. We have started the new year with a strong sense of hope and optimism. This is not just because of the success in speedy development and now actual deployment of the vaccine, it is also to celebrate for having endured, survived and overcome the challenge of a grave pandemic with great resilience, fortitude and determination. The year-long response to the pandemic across the globe, in my view, exhibited all that is noble and uplifting in the human spirit. We witnessed the fearless and selfless dedication of the aptly called COVID warriors, the frontline healthcare professionals and workers. In several instances, we saw the commitment and patience of people in law enforcement who had the difficult and unenviable task of implementing the strict lockdowns and the curfews. We also saw spontaneous and generous support from citizens to their governments in their efforts to contain the pandemic. We saw the collaboration of scientists and pharmaceutical researchers in a race to synthesize the vaccine in record time. We saw countless volunteers help friends, colleagues, neighbors, and even strangers with food, medicine, and during emergencies. Most importantly, private enterprise, which is what most of us represent, has played an important role in how we collectively as a society dealt with the public health challenge. All of you Rotarians too have played an integral and stellar role in this global effort. And this is not the first time that Rotarians have risen to meet the challenge of a deadly pandemic. I am told that even during the Spanish flu of 1918, Rotarians were at the forefront of community service. Few institutions in the world can claim to have served humanity through the course of two pandemics spanning more than a century like you, the Rotarians, have. Even for corporations, a crisis of this magnitude serves as a reminder of our responsibility to give back to society. True to our legacy, the Aditya Birla Group curated a multi-pronged approach to help local communities fight COVID-19. Apart from the 500 crore financial contribution towards COVID relief measures, our group distributed several 100,000 masks, PPE kits, disinfectants, and food packets to the needy. We also earmarked hundreds of beds for COVID-19 patients in our hospitals across the country. Every unit in every corner of the world selflessly came to the aid of the local community. Personally, I was energized to see so many people in the corporate landscape, large and small, readily and spontaneously join this collective effort to alleviate the pain caused by this pandemic. The experience of the past year reinforces the criticality and the importance of the role played by corporations in societies at large. As you know, more than 3/4 of the world's income, output, and employment comes from private enterprise. Much of the economic activity around the world works in a system of free market enterprise whose sole purpose traditionally has been the maximization of economic value, which is profit. It has been a maxim that legitimate private pursuit of wealth leads to collective prosperity, which means that when the corporate sector does well, so does the public treasury, since it garners precious tax revenues which are used for social good. This conventional role of the corporation as merely pursuing legitimate profits has been the basis for shareholder capitalism. Indeed, it was Nobel laureate Milton Friedman who famously and rather pithily said, "The social responsibility of business is to increase its profits." Ironically, the 50th anniversary of that famous statement was right in the middle of the pandemic. That statement had weight and logic, which explains its longevity, but this view is now changing. No less an organization than the Business Roundtable, an apex association of CEOs of America's top companies, issued a statement in 2019 that has substantially redefined the purpose of a corporation. It was signed by nearly 200 top CEOs, including those of JP Morgan, Apple, Walmart, Amazon, and many others. Their joint statement essentially indicates that the paradigm for corporations is moving from just shareholder capitalism to now stakeholder capitalism. That is, corporations should not just focus on maximizing shareholder value, that is, profits, but also include the well-being of employees, the environment, suppliers, and in fact, communities at large. The words of Friedman, which were once treated as gospel, are therefore now being questioned. The new maxim is that the social responsibility of the corporation goes much beyond shareholder value maximization. It has to simultaneously enhance the well-being of all its stakeholders. But I dare say that it must not only balance the competing interests of many stakeholders, but must also earn the implicit license to operate in society at large. This license is not like the conventional license permit Raj, which was dismantled in India 30 years ago. This is what I refer to as the new paradigm for corporate citizenship. It is not only about obeying the laws and regulations, which now increasingly apply to welfare of employees and environment compliance in the context of shareholder capitalism, but it is much beyond just obeying laws. Laws and regulations have a tendency to tighten, and unprepared corporations might find them tedious. But good corporate citizenship is going way beyond such legal compliance. It is about moral and ethical behavior. Indeed, Peter Drucker, the father of management, said that all successful business stands on the foundation of morality. It is almost as if the corporation is not merely an inanimate thing, but it is also expected to be humane, ethical, have empathy, and be a caring friend of society. Strong corporate governance is what gives increased legitimacy to the corporation. Thus, in this new paradigm, the license to operate has to be earned, and that is one of respect, credibility, and acceptability. It signifies genuineness, the willingness to match word and deeds, the willingness to abide by certain principles or a code of ethics, no matter what. Such social acceptance is something that has to be earned, and no government or licensing authority can grant it. This Business Roundtable statement was preceded by India's landmark 2013 CSR law. In hindsight, India's CSR law looks remarkably enlightened, and India is possibly the only country in the world which mandates that 2% of after-tax profits of companies be compulsorily spent on CSR. Corporations like us have, of course, been engaged in what is now called as CSR for more than a century. As you might perhaps know, my great-grandfather, Shri G.D. Birla, was a believer in Mahatma Gandhi's view of corporations being trustees of social wealth. That spirit has always manifested in our community engagements. It is humbling to know that today we touch the lives of over 9 million people across the country through our CSR efforts. Our efforts on the CSR front are very ably led by my mother, Mrs. Rajeshri Birla. Good corporate citizenship is not merely lip service to stakeholder capitalism, nor is it just a tick mark compliance of rules and regulations. It's much, much more. These are not just motherhood statements, or as some critics have called it, greenwashing. Let me list some of the requirements of being a good corporate citizen in my view. One of the first requirements of being a good corporate citizen is not about an external marker, but reflects the internal character of an organization. This is about having an internal code of ethics. These are the values of the organization, which are its very foundation. These should be known and articulated, that too frequently. They should be visible in day-to-day practice and lived on a daily basis. Let me share an example. In the early days of the pandemic, when panic buying was being witnessed all around, a UK retailer opened stores 1 hour early every morning exclusively for senior citizens to come and buy provisions. This simple gesture exemplified empathy, an integral value that good corporate citizens must have. The second thing about being a good corporate citizen is a very simple principle, which is do no harm. Any corporation's activities have external impact. So good corporate citizenship calls for minimizing negative externalities, be it air pollution, water and effluent discharge, etc. Of course, the laws keep getting tighter, and compliance within the law itself makes the corporation take such actions. But good corporate citizenship is not just about complying, but also about being aspirational, perhaps matching globally best practices or setting even higher, newer benchmarks. Just as an example, two of our group companies, Hindalco and Ultratech, came together recently to innovatively convert an environmentally sensitive waste product called red mud into a safe and valuable input for the manufacturing of cement. This illustrates two key aspects: the principle of the circular economy and also proactively going far beyond mere compliance. The third requirement is about expanding the community around the concept of good corporate citizenship. This calls for associating with suppliers who will abide by your code of ethics and thereby increase the community of the like-minded to infect the traits of good corporate behavior. Responsible corporations must not just evangelize but also persuade others to join the bandwagon. This should become a movement led by the private sector and not forced by governments and regulation. For example, our fiber business insists on sourcing wood pulp, its main raw material, only from suppliers who practice sustainable forestry. I'm sure that such behavior will soon reach a tipping point. The fourth dimension is the culture of volunteering. Employees on their own can actually do much more, which eventually enhances the stature of their employer. For instance, volunteering time for community service, donating in cash and kind, or mentoring children and youth. Let me give you an example here. At the height of the pandemic, when migrant workers were facing hardships, a call for help within the group elicited an overwhelming response, with more than 26,000 employees of the group helping workers recharge their mobile connections. A corporation can encourage, recognize, and reward such initiatives among their employees. It's important to recognize that good corporate citizenship does not mean ignoring the conventional metrics of shareholder value, customer satisfaction, profitability, good financial health, and growth. Indeed, research has shown that employees increasingly feel good and energized about working for such companies. Consumers are willing to pay extra to buy the products and services of such companies, and investors are willing to value such companies at a premium. So there are clearly tangible benefits. The long-lasting institutions of modern time are also organizations such as the Oxford University, Harvard University, Red Cross, and of course the Rotary International. Even though these are non-profit organizations, some of the principles that have helped their longevity can also guide the evolution of a corporate citizen. For instance, I know that the 4 criteria which guide Rotarians and their actions are: is it true? Is it fair to all? Does it build goodwill? And does it benefit all? In my mind, these are simple yet powerful thumb rules to guide the decisions of corporations as well. Finally, I must emphasize that everything that I have outlined as a hallmark of good corporate citizenship is certainly not antithetical to creating lasting value and wealth. The leap from goodness to greatness for a corporation is not only about the metrics of profits or sales. There is an intangible element as well, and that intangible element is good corporate citizenship. Thank you.
Founded by the Vera Evgrafova in 1987, the main aim of the dance group is to promote Indian culture and its unique diversity throughout the world. Based out of Russia, Mayuri performs a wide range of Indian dances including Bharatnatyam, Kathak and Kuchipudi, and also a variety of folk dances and from various Indian states. In the midst of calamity, heroes do rise. Our next speaker is one of these heroes. In May 2020, during the nationwide lockdown due to the COVID-19 pandemic, he helped thousands of stranded Indian migrant workers by providing them meals and arranging transport facilities like buses, special trains, and chartered flights for them to enable them to return to their hometown. Please put your hands together for actor and producer Sonu Sood.
अब मैं आपको एक मेरे कॉलीग, एक मेरे दोस्त से मिलाना चाहता हूं, द टेरिफिक ट्रांसफॉर्मर। ट्रांसफॉर्मर नहीं, ट्रांसपोर्टर होता है। सोनू सूद, हमारे छेदी सिंह, ये तुम में इतने छेद करेंगे कि आप कंफ्यूज हो जाओगे कि ट्रेन पकड़े या बस। ये सिर्फ पर्दे के विलन हैं, रियल लाइफ में ये हीरो जैसा काम कर रहे हैं। सोनू, छेदी सिंह, ये माइग्रेंट्स को हेल्प करने का ये थॉट दिमाग में आया कैसे?
सलमान भाई, जो माइग्रेंट्स का मूवमेंट था, हम सब ने देखा, जितनी हमने विजुअल्स देखे टेलीविजन पर, सबको उन इमेजेस ने, उन तस्वीरों ने विचलित किया था। और मुझे लगा कि ये वो लोग हैं जिन्होंने हमारे घर बनाए, हमारी सड़कें बनाई, हमारे ऑफिसेज बनाए, हमारी शूटिंग जहां हम लोग करते हैं वो स्टूडियोज बनाए। और आज जब वो लोग अपने घर जाना चाहते हैं, हम लोगों ने उनको सड़कों पर ला दिया है। हम लोग अचानक भूल चुके हैं कि ये हमारे देश की धड़कन है। और लाखों की गिनती में जब हमने देखा कि वो अपने बच्चों के साथ, बूढ़े माँ बाप के साथ चल रहे हैं, तो मुझे लगा कि ये समय घर पर बैठने का नहीं है, मुझे बाहर जाना पड़ेगा, मुझे मिलना पड़ेगा उन लोगों से। और वो एक पहला दिन था जब मैं खाना बांट रहा था थाने के पास, एक हाईवे है कलबा चौक पर, और मैंने उनसे मुलाकात की। और उन्होंने मुझसे 10 दिन का खाना बोला कि मुझे 10 दिन का खाना पैक कर दो, क्योंकि हम लोग पैदल जा रहे हैं कर्नाटका। सो आई रिक्वेस्टेड देम कि आप प्लीज़ रुकें एंड मैं कुछ इंतज़ाम करता हूँ. फिर मैंने थोड़ी दौड़ धूप करके परमिशंस ली, उनके लिए प्राइवेट व्हीकल्स बसेस अरेंज की और वो 350 लोग पहली दफ़ा कर्नाटका गए.
लगभग कितने माइग्रेंट्स को घर पे पहुंचाया है?
सलमान भाई, अभी तक हम लोग करीबन 70,000 लोग हैं जो घर पे पहुंचा चुके हैं और अभी भी 2 से 2,500 लोग हैं जो हर रोज़ जाने वाले हैं अगले 8 से 10 दिनों में.
मैं आपसे पूछना चाह रहा हूँ कि आगे का प्लान क्या है?
बिल्कुल सलमान भाई, आगे भी लगे रहेंगे. अभी एक लास्ट लॉट ऑफ कम से कम 20 से 30,000 लोग हैं और जो भी फंसे हुए हैं उनको भी निकाल रहे हैं. फाइनल परमिशंस के प्रोसेस ऑलमोस्ट ख़त्म होने वाले हैं और मैं इन सबसे एक चीज़ का वादा ज़रूर लेता हूँ कि जब भी आप जाएंगे तो आप इस बात का वादा करके जाएं कि आप वापस जल्द से जल्द आएंगे. और विश्वास कीजिए कि आप जल्द देखेंगे जब हर चीज़ नॉर्मल होगी, ये लोग वापस आएंगे और फिर से आप हमारे शहरों में, हमारे स्टेट्स में वैसी ही वापस रौनक वापस आ जाएगी.
हाँ सुनो, मैं आपसे एक बात कहना चाहता हूँ कि अगर कभी आपको घर पहुँचना है और नहीं पहुँच पा रहे हो तो मुझे बुलाना, मैं आपको आपके घर छोड़. कसम खुदा की अगर ये कोविड-19 का वायरस दिखाई देना तो हम सब इसे पकड़ के मार देते. हाथ धो के पीछे पड़ा है और हम कोविड से पीछा छुड़ाने के लिए हाथ धो रहे हैं.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is now our privilege to have with us actor, producer, humanitarian, Mr. Sonu Sood in a conversation about the exemplary work which he has done. So, Sonu, to begin with, what was that click moment which motivated you to look after the plight of immigrants during the beginning of the pandemic?
No, I feel the whole migrant movement was something that, as individuals, we feel when I saw all those people walking down on the feet back to their homes, hundreds of kilometers, and I thought that we have to come forward and somehow help them. And the first lot of 350 people that I could send them back to their homes in Karnataka gave me that courage that this journey is not limited to those 350 people, but we have to come forward and make this happen. And this is how the whole journey began. And in no time, there were lakhs of people who got connected and we were able to send them back to their homes.
That's quite phenomenal. So what were the kinds of relief work you undertook?
From distributing food to the trains, to the buses, and the ration requirements to a lot of people who were living in different parts of the country. So they were connecting with us through social media, and we made sure that the food reached them on time.
Did the value of service get inculcated in you as a child, or was there a turning point? What was that first spark which inspired you to start giving?
I remember as a kid in Punjab, my dad used to have a langar in front of his shop, and as kids we used to serve food to all the needy people. That was a very exciting moment, and we thought that that brought a lot of smiles on the faces of all these people. And my mom, who was a professor, used to teach a lot of needy kids. So somewhere, as kids, we were taught those values that the best thing that you can do to yourself is you have to give back to the society. So somewhere, I believe that whatever I could do today is only because what I learned from my school days, from my parents, and I'm glad that I was able to do it. I wish they were around to see it happen, and they will be very proud wherever they are.
Yes, but they must be seeing this and seeing what you're doing, and they must be so happy. This is truly inspiring. When did you first hear of Rotary? How much did Rotary assist you in your endeavors?
I think Rotary has been a huge help, helping a lot of people across the globe. And I remember the first time I connected with Rotary, Mr. Bal Mohanji, he's a great guy. And I'm glad that we connected so well. And my first introduction to Rotary was through Mr. Bal Mohanji only. And he was a guy who was always on his toes, trying to help others. And I remember there were a lot of needy people at the time, and we connected with them. And I'm glad that I was able to be a part of Rotary at the time. And we could help so many needy people. Yeah.
What keeps you going on as you seem to have now expanded your giving into many other fields?
I'm learning every single day. I never knew how to provide jobs. I never knew how to give education to people. I never knew how to give medical help to a needy person. But I'm learning every single day. But I believe that once you are out to help others, that's the time you realize how powerful you are. You meet like-minded people who want to help others, and this is how the whole family grows, and they are able to provide help to the needy ones. And I think that's the biggest lesson of my life.
How about your fraternity in Bollywood? Did your fraternity come out to support you? And if so, in which way? What is your message to them?
A lot of my colleagues from Bollywood called me, congratulated me for what I was doing, and they said, "We feel really proud that you're a part of our fraternity." I think that was very sweet of them, and I'm sure they have done a lot of good work in their respective space, and this is how I feel you can. Support others, support the needy people. You have to all come together and be one family and do the best you can.
So, Sonu, what plans for the future? How do you plan to scale up your activities on a national scale? Do you think Rotary can be a worthy partner in your plans? If yes, name one area we can work together in.
I think it's just a beginning. We are growing every day, and every single day the kind of requests we're getting, they are multiplying many folds. And we want to expand ourselves in education, in medical, and somewhere in job placements also. I'm glad that I'm connected with Rotary, and we have so many like-minded people who are there to help others. I discuss with Balmohanji every other day that how we can reach out to more and more people, how we can change their lives. And the best part is they're always a phone call away. In the middle of night, maybe 2:30, 3 or 3 a.m. in the night, we call them and they said, yes, let's make this happen. And I really look forward for many more associations. And I believe that together we can bring many more smiles. So I really look forward that every member from the Rotary Club should come together, join hands, and let's change many more lives.
So in your conversations with Balmohan Agarwal ji, you are definitely aware of the tremendous work Rotary has done across India, and especially the monumental relief work we have carried out during the pandemic.
I think Rotarians have been really a game changer in recent years, and during pandemic they have done a lot of work. So I just want to tell you that congratulations, you are the real heroes. Just keep the good work going, and people like you can change the face of the world.
Yeah, we are very proud to have you say that, and we are very happy about the kind of work which we have done and we've been able to do. Who are your heroes who inspire you to do what you do?
I think every single individual who does something out of their comfort space, when I've seen professors, I've seen teachers, I've seen doctors, policemen, healthcare workers, a lot of people, they've gone out of their comfort zone and they have helped people during the time of pandemic. I think pandemic was the best learning ground for every single individual, that how you can give back to the society, and I think they are all the real heroes living around us.
So what exactly would your message be to our youth?
To every youth, I want to just tell that life is beyond a pair of good shoes or clothes or spending time on social media. And I think you have to join hands with your friends, with your families, and go out and help others, because someone somewhere needs you. And I think this is the time you can do good to yourself by helping others.
Thank you very much, Sonu. Before I finish this, I have great pleasure in announcing that Rotary India has honored Mr. Sonu Sood for his exemplary role in elevating the immigrant worker crisis during COVID-19 by conferring him the Star of India Award. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Sonu.
Our next speaker is an engineer turned guru, spiritual leader and a motivational speaker. He spent many years looking for life's amazing secret and has helped many on their personal odyssey. Here to speak to us about inner enlightenment, you guessed it correct, Gaur Gopal Das.
It is my great privilege, pleasure, and honor to be with all of you today. And I want to thank the convener of this event, Rotarian Kamal Sangvi, the co-chairman programs, Rotarian Sandeep Agarwala, and Rotarian Vikram Daya for giving me the opportunity to be with all of you. And I want to sincerely thank all of you for giving me your keen attention as well. Now, how many of you, when you were children, got asked this question, what do you want to be when you grow up? बड़े होकर क्या बनना चाहते हो? Our dadas, dadis, nanas, nanis, chachas, chachis, mamas, mummies, friends, teachers, everybody kept asking us this question, what do you want to be when you grow up? A teacher once came to a classroom of 7-year-olds and asked a 7-year-old boy called Varun, Varun, what do you want to be when you grow up? Varun said, well, ma'am, I want to be a multi-billionaire. I want to have 365 cars, one for each day of the year, 20 homes, 5 chartered planes. The teacher said, I don't want an elaborate answer like that. I didn't ask you to write an essay. I asked you, what do you want to be when you grow up? The teacher then turned to another 7-year-old girl, Pooja, and said, Pooja, please answer in 2 words. Don't give an elaborate answer like Varun. Answer in 2 words. What do you want to be when you grow up? Pooja said, Varun's wife. Let Varun do all the earning and I'll get married to Varun and all that belongs to Varun is mine. Pooja must have been a Marwadi, Sindhi or Gujarati girl. Now, jokes apart, we all got this question when we were young kids. What do you want to be when you grow up? The legendary singer and songwriter John Lennon from the Beatles band, when he was a young boy and he was once in school, the teacher asked all the kids in his class, what do you want to be when you grow up? And every kid gave their own answers, stereotypical answers. One said, I want to be a lawyer. The other said, I want to be an engineer. Another said, I want to be a doctor. Someone said, I want to be a businessman. Someone said, I want to be an accountant. Someone said, I want to be a pilot. And then the teacher turned to John Lennon and asked John, John, what do you want to be when you grow up? John looked at the teacher in her eyes and said, ma'am, when I grow up, I want to be happy. A little astonished and amused by the answer, the teacher looked at John and said, John, I don't think you understand the question. John looked at the teacher in her eyes and said, ma'am, I don't think you understand life. Because if you would understand life, you would know that the greatest project in life is to be happy. It's not the questions that define us. It's the answers and the responses that we give to those questions that define us, that help us grow, that help us reach the heights of success. But the fact of the matter is this, whether we are wanting to eat good food, or we are wanting to go on a holiday, or we are wanting to dress up well, or we are wanting to watch a movie or a Netflix show, or social interactions or relationships, the bottom line of it all, the expectation from it all is happiness. And we all want to earn money, thinking that money can get us all those things that can give us happiness. Now, how many of you saw the Hindi movie Diwar? दीवार में वो अमिताभ बच्चन और शशि कपूर के बीच का डायलॉग है ना. अमिताभ बच्चन से टू शशि कपूर, मेरे पास बंगला है, नौकर है, चाकर है, गाड़ी है, पैसा है, तेरे पास क्या है? शशि कपूर in his emotional way, मेरे पास माँ है. 2021, the dialogue has changed. Mumbai, Amitabh Bachchan says to Shashi Kapoor, मेरे पास बेंटली है, मेरे पास मर्सिडीज है, मेरे पास रोल्स रॉयस है, मेरे पास एस्टन मार्टिन है. तेरे पास क्या है शशि कपूर? मेरे पास पार्किंग स्पेस है. In a city like Mumbai, trust me, parking space is more expensive than the car itself, I guess. But the fact of the matter is this, that most people fancy and dream about having good cars, isn't it? But I always love to say it's not the car that brings us happiness or fulfillment. It's the destination that we drive to that brings us happiness and fulfillment. People love fancy phones, smartphones, iPhone 12 Pro Max Pacific Blue. Uh, लड़का होना तो हैंडसम होना चाहिए, क्योंकि स्मार्ट तो फोन भी होता है. फोन होना तो आईफोन होना चाहिए, क्योंकि S1, S2, S3, S4 ट्रेन के सेकंड क्लास के डब्बे भी होते हैं. सॉरी, किसी के पास सैमसंग है तो. लड़की होना तो अक्लमंद होनी चाहिए, क्योंकि सूरत गुजरात में भी है. Jokes apart, everybody wants a good smartphone, an iPhone 12 Pro Max, isn't it? But the fact of the matter is, it's not the phone that gives us happiness. It's the quality of our conversations on that phone that gives us happiness. It's not a Breitling, it's not an Omega that brings us happiness. It's how we utilize the time on our watches that brings us happiness, success, growth. It's not a fancy multi bedroom house that gives us happiness. It is how we live in that house. What are our relationships in that house? It's that home that gives us happiness. Ladies and gentlemen, it's not what we have that brings us happiness. It's how we live that brings us true joy, contentment, and happiness. As we have mastered the art of having more, and there's absolutely nothing wrong having more, we need to also learn to master the art of living well. As we have learned how to enhance, improvise, and escalate our standard of living, we also need to learn how to enhance, escalate, and improvise our standard of life. As we have mastered the art of being successful, we also need to master the art of feeling successful. Of course, we can have whatever we want and fulfill all our aspirations, but we need to know that all what we have can make our life more convenient and comfortable, but how we live can actually make our life happy, fulfilled, and satisfied. There's so many ways we can look at when we are talking about living well and being happy. But today I wanted to bring out one important dimension, a very crucial dimension, a very important parameter of living well and experiencing true joy and happiness. And that parameter, that element, that principle is the principle of service, the principle of giving back to the world, the principle of contributing, adding value, making a difference in the world that we live in. I remember a beautiful quote by Rabindranath Tagore. He said, I slept and I dreamt that life was joy. I awoke and I saw that life was service. I acted, and behold, service was joy. Indeed, service is joy. Rotarians all over the world adhere so much to the mission statement of Rotary Club, service above the self, whether it's through their resources or raising funds or through giving their time, their skills, their organizational abilities. Rotarians are known for extending themselves to make a difference in the world and make the world a better place. Service above the self. A couple of years ago, I was in Chennai doing an event with a good 500 global CEOs. It was at the ITC Grand Chola. The event was beautiful. It was in the evening and it was a fantastic event. And after the event was over, I called my secretary and I said to my secretary, I want to meet this one gentleman tomorrow morning if it's possible. And my secretary was also like amused. Everybody's wanting to meet you and talk to you, but you want to meet someone. Who is this person that you want to meet? And I told him the name of the gentleman, gave him the telephone number so he could call him the next morning and I could have a conversation with this gentleman. The next morning, I came down to the lobby and all the all the staff at ITC Grand Chola, when they saw the man whom I was now about to have a conversation with, they were like wondering, last night you did such a massive event and this is the person you want to talk to? And I thought to myself, why not? This man is an amazing man, an incredible leader who has understood the principle of service above the self. He's understood how to live a life of purpose and meaning. The name of this gentleman was Anna Durai. He's fondly known as Anna, or even better, Auto Anna. Anna is, by his name Auto Anna, an auto rickshaw driver. His father, his brothers are auto rickshaw drivers as well. His mother works as a domestic help in a few homes, and that's how they earn their money to sustain and survive. Otto Anna, not very highly educated, dropped out of school. One day, as he was driving his auto rickshaw, one of the passengers forgot his newspaper in his auto rickshaw. Otto Anna noted that everybody who came in after this man was reading the newspaper and time flew. The time flew as the journey proceeded. Anna thought to himself, what if I provide daily newspapers, weekly and monthly magazines, English, Tamil, Hindi, all languages for all my passengers? It'd be so good to provide this extra service to my passengers. Anna included in his rickshaw newspapers and magazines at his cost. After a while, Anna realized, hey, time has changed. Nobody reads hard copies these days. Everybody's on their phone, browsing and looking at news or whatever they need to look at on their smartphones or tablets. You know how times are today, right? Everybody's in the online digital age. Like I always ask मैं हमेशा सबको पूछता हूँ कभी आपने कोई धार्मिक उपवास किया है जैसे अगर आप हिंदू हो तो जन्माष्टमी नवरात्रि करवा चौथ ऐसा कोई उपवास किया है इफ यू आर फ्रॉम द इस्लामिक कम्युनिटी आपने कभी रोजा किया है आई आस्क पीपल हैव दे एवर फास्टेड लाइक अ रिलीजियस फास्ट और अगर आज की तारीख में उपवास करना होना जी तो खाना पीना रोकने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है एक दिन बिना स्मार्टफोन के बिना वाईफाई के बिना गूगल के बिना व्हाट्सएप के बिना इंस्टाग्राम फेसबुक के एक दिन उपवास करके दिखाइए भगवान खुद नीचे उतर के आएंगे और बोलेंगे बस कर पगले रुलाएगा क्या we are indeed in the data digital online age, isn't it? Earlier the love language also used to be a little spiritual, like the guy would say to the girl in the Gita, Bhagavad Gita, or spiritual language, he would say मैं शरीर हूं तू मेरी आत्मा है. Now the love language has changed. The guy says मैं स्मार्टफोन हूं तू मेरी सिम कार्ड है. And the girl says मैं भगवान से प्रार्थना कर रही हूँ कि तेरा स्मार्टफोन ड्यूअल सिम कार्ड वाला नहीं हो. Oh yeah, Anna realized nobody is reading printed newspapers, everybody's browsing on their smartphones. So Anna decided to provide a high speed Wi-Fi connection at his cost in the auto rickshaw. Not only that, one day a student had forgotten his laptop and he had an assignment to finish before he reached his college. Anna realized that he needed to provide this facility as well. At his own cost, he brought in his auto rickshaw and a Samsung Galaxy Note, an iPad with an Apple Pencil. He got a laptop and all of these facilities he provided in his auto rickshaw to add value to his passengers, to his customers. He even had a swiping machine for people to use their credit cards to pay, like what, 5 rupees or 10 rupees. When I met him in his rickshaw, he had installed a Google Assistant and a refrigerator, a mini refrigerator, to provide cool water and cool drinks for his passengers. I saw in Anna an incredible leader, someone who did not believe that work was about making money. He believed that work was about making a difference. And when you make a difference, money comes, numbers come, success comes. Otto Anna has an app. And in Chennai, there are his faithful clientele who only book Otto Anna wherever they want to go. He's invited all over the world to speak at TEDx events, TED Talks, corporate seminars, to talk about this principle of the fundamental premise of business being making a difference. But that's not all. That's still work. Through all this work, the one dream that Otto Anna has is I had to drive auto rickshaws because of my financial situation, family situation. I couldn't really complete my school and my education. But I do not want any poor child, financially poor child, in my community, in my area, in and around Chennai, to drive auto rickshaws and drop out of school. So Otto Anna's dream is to serve. It is to make a difference in the lives of children, underprivileged children, by providing them education. He started a website and he's trying to save all the money and trying to get people to help him to make that difference by providing free education and quality education for these underprivileged children. When I met Otto Anna, I saw in him a person who was happy. I saw in him a person who was fulfilled, who was satisfied, and he was just driving auto rickshaw. He didn't have too many resources. He didn't have too many facilities. He didn't have too many avenues through which he could serve. But he did his level best, and he still continues to do his level best to make that difference. All of you are in leading positions in the society, and you've also taken up this mantle to make a difference in your own way. And that's what Rotary Club is about: serving, giving back to the world, contributing, adding value, making a difference. Don't they say it's easy to make a buck? It's hard to make a difference. Ladies and gentlemen, you're doing extremely well by making the bucks and also making an incredible difference in the world that we live in. Did Mark Twain say there are two most important days in your life? One is the day when you were born, and two is the day when you find out why. And I'm so very convinced that all of you definitely know the day you were born, but you also know the day why you were born. It's precisely for that you walk the extra mile, you stretch yourself beyond your families, beyond your work, beyond your business, and try to make that difference. Extend your hand to serve and thereby bring smiles on people's faces. I want to express my gratitude for all the wonderful, commendable work that all of you do, and congratulate all of you for leading such an incredible, purposeful, and meaningful life. Thank you all very much.
We bring you the versatile and talented Bharatnatyam exponent from Ahmedabad, Mansi Karani and her troupe, who will be showcasing a delightful deluge of the dance form.
रघुकुल रीत सदा चली आई, प्राण जाए पर वचन न जाए। तदिया नदी दर तना दे रे नो, तदिया नदी दर तना दे
Up next, he is an innovator and a thought leader. He may have made his fortune in investment banking, but his work goes above and beyond it. From anchoring a show focused on reviving volunteerism and patriotism in the country to being the founder and the director of the Flame University, India's innovative liberal arts university. He's a mind to be reckoned with. Here to lead our fireside chat, please welcome Mr. Vallabh Bhansali.
Rotary International is a well-known organization serving humanity for over 100 years. It observes the highest moral values in all its activities. Truth is on top of that list. Truth means what really is, or say, the only reality that can succeed meaningfully. One could also say it is the gravity into which falsehood must crash. Yet, tempted by short-term benefits, we yield to falsehood, losing our reputation, our capability, and peace of mind. Why is it? Is it because of distraction caused by legal loopholes, falling moral standards, or the sheer immaturity yielding to creative marketing? Truth Talks was started by Satya Vigyan Foundation to explore this very question. We invite those who have experimented a lot with truth in various endeavors of human life by sharing their experiences of the challenges they faced and how, by overcoming them, they gained enormous respect and credibility. Truth Talks will bring out that truth is the most powerful phenomenon in nature and not just a mere moral value or a legal obligation. We hope that even if we do not reach the North Star of perfect truthfulness in our lives, more truth will mean more peace, more trust, and more drive for excellence in our lives. I am Vallabh Bhansali, co-founder of Satya Vigyan Foundation and M Securities, associated with Flame University, Bharatiya Jain Sangatna, etc. I am happy that Rotary in India has agreed to collaborate with us for Truth Talks in recognition of our shared values. We will together bring Truth Talks periodically to Rotarians in India through the Odyssey. In this episode, I present to you one of the finest cricketers, Rahul Dravid, a role model, in conversation with the noted sports journalist Ayaz Memon. I hope you will find it enjoyable and inspiring.
Information for people who may not know, Rahul Dravid, former India captain, played for 16 years, 13,000 plus test runs, 10,000 plus ODI runs. A lot of people forget that. ODI runs.
Yeah, the ODI runs is obviously something that I'm actually quite proud of, in the sense that when we started out, as I just dreamt of being a test cricketer. That's what we did. Like, growing up as kids in the sort of early 80s and 70s, as impressionable age, we all wanted to be Gavaskar and Vishwanath and Kapil Dev. They were all test cricketers. But I think the 1983 World Cup win really changed a lot of things. I think in a way it really sort of made you recognize that one day cricket was going to become important and you wanted to be part of it. So having grown up not really practicing for one day cricket, to be able to play that many one day matches, actually quite nice.
When you were 10 when you watched the
10, yeah, and it was,
into cricket already by then?
Yeah, I mean, I love cricket from the time I can remember. Some of my earliest memories really are of my father throwing a cricket ball to me, or just playing in the backyard with my friends on the streets. And yeah, so those are my earliest memories. I just was cricket crazy even then. I think it was a decision maker for a lot of us in that generation as to what we wanted to do. And this is what we want to do. We want to be cricketers. We want to be Gavaskar and Vishwanath and Kapil Dev.
And that's the whole crop which came, isn't it? Rahul Dravid, Sachin Tendulkar, Saurav Ganguly, VVS Lakshman, all 9-10, watching this victory and then getting inspired.
Correct. I think a lot of us, and I've heard a lot of them speak about it, the kids around that age and that era were hugely inspired by that win in 1983. And it's funny, it's like the circle almost turns. In 2011, I could see my sons or my children sort of get inspired by Dhoni and that team and the team that won 2011. So It was fantastic for me to see my son wasn't 10, but I think he was in 6 or 7 when the World Cup was won in 2011. But yeah, it was hugely inspirational.
So from the outside, I can see you come across as a man of great conviction about yourselves, your beliefs. They may end up being wrong, but you're willing to learn and absorb from it and move to the next level. I'm going to, just draw your attention to this, and this is what Root Talks is all about. And I happen to kind of see this as I entered the Padukone Dravid Center of Excellence, where we are now at the reception. And this is a quote which says, "When you play for the love of the game, you play with respect and humility." I took a snapshot of it. You play for the team and try for everyone who has made it possible for you to step out on the field. That's what sport is about, and that's what makes you a true sports person. The quote is Rahul Dravid's.
Yeah, I think sports obviously just more than just the winning and the losing. So it's a lot more than that. And I think as you play a lot more of it, I think you kind of, reflect on that a lot more. Yes, there is the winning and there is the losing and there is the financial benefits that you get from sport today and the life and the living that has to be made from the sport. But it's certainly more than that. I think, one of the great things of being able to play a sport for your country and to play a sport in a country where this sport is followed so much has, in a lot of ways made me kind of recognize, I think the responsibilities you kind of have as a sportsman and as a cricketer. It's not just about the winning and the losing, but it's a lot more than that. I'm not saying that you have to be someone different or you don't have to be yourself. Well, I like I said, I'm not saying that sportsmen have to behave in a particular way just because they're sportsmen, so that they should be giving lessons to society. But I think you recognize that you have a certain responsibility, as a sportsman, in the way you carry yourself, the way you conduct yourself. Because simply the fact that you are being followed by so many people.
And especially the young.
Especially a lot of young people, young boys and girls who follow the sport. And in a way, it's a privilege, right? You're doing something you love. It's really a hobby for you. It probably started out like it did for me as a hobby.
Yeah.
But just through doing what you do, I think you have a great opportunity to influence so many people. And I think with that comes, a certain sense of responsibility. And I think when you sign up to play for your country and you're given that honor, you're given that privilege, then I think you sign up to that a little bit as well.
How did you take disappointments? You mentioned at the very start of this interview, 2007 World Cup, we didn't qualify. Disappointments can shatter you or make you even stronger. Setbacks can make you stronger. If you have a long career, obviously there is succor you sought from or you got from failures, setbacks, disappointments. What was it in your thought process that made you, kind of cope up?
Kind of just look ahead. I think the way you view these disappointments is important. So, you're going to face them. For me, it was just about how do you, what can you learn from it and how can you move forward from it? What is it that, it's just, can't dwell on it too much. You can't play for a long time and then have everything go your way. It just doesn't work that way. Some of these disappointments actually help you to enjoy your success a lot more, right? Because you just, you say, I've gone through a tough time and I come out of it. So it gives you that satisfaction. I think I was kind of blessed with a kind of personality that tended to look forward a little more than look back.
Yeah.
So even, I always tended to think about, okay, what's next?
Yeah.
How can I get better? What can I, so that maybe it was a bit natural, it came a bit naturally to me. I don't think I thought about it or sat down and said, this is the way I need to approach it. I don't know, when I reflect on it now, I think that right from a young age, I always seem to, what's next? If I failed in the first innings, how do I prepare for the next innings? I didn't dwell too much on stuff. So
you were, in a sense, that method cricketer. You prepared.
Yeah, I was an introvert, but a lot of people said, oh, you think a lot and stuff. And yeah, probably I did think a lot, but at least I was thinking about the right things a lot.
Yeah.
I feel that I was thinking about what's ahead rather than what's behind. A lot of people I can find who, think back to.
So I'm going to ask a prickly question. That 2004, you captained one test in Pakistan, which we won. And of course, we won the series.
Right.
We made 270 in the last match.
Mm.
Then we went to West Indies, and after 35 years, we beat the West Indies in West Indies. And we beat England after 21 years in 2007. And we just gave up the captaincy.
Yeah.
Indian captains have given up the captaincy. Tendulkar has given up. Dhoni gave up in the middle of a test series. Gavaskar before that. But on the back of a series win.
Look, at that stage, I've answered this, I tried to answer it. Sometimes people find it quite tough to understand, but I just wasn't enjoying it. I'd been through, maybe I played a lot, there'd been a lot happening. So, I just think that at that point of time, I just really stopped enjoying the leadership or just captaining the team. And I just really felt that I didn't see the captaincy of India as something of my right. I saw it as something that I wanted to do if I felt I could really devote 100% of my time and energy, and I had that mental space to be able to do it. When I felt that wasn't there, I just felt it was not important. It was not right to keep dragging it along, trying to do it for the sake of doing it. I wanted to do it because I truly loved it and enjoyed it. And
Giving up captaincy is, power, prestige.
I don't know, it never felt like that to me, right?
Yeah.
It just didn't feel like that to me. I mean, it didn't. I think it just
A lot of people would give an arm and a leg.
I would have given an arm and a leg to do it. To be honest, I love doing it. So there's no question of not saying that I didn't enjoy doing it. When I first started doing it, I did. But at that phase, after going through about 2.5 years of it, I just was mentally drained.
But also, it was a period of turmoil.
It was a tough period, right?
Period,
and then
so
we didn't qualify for the 2007 World Cup. So I guess in my own mind, mentally and physically, it took a lot out of me. Maybe just because of the period it happened in. And then when I didn't enjoy it, I just said, okay, look, maybe there's someone younger who can do it, and someone else who can do it better, and who might actually be able to take this team forward. Well, the same thing with your retirement, right? You reach a certain age when you feel that, look, I can't take this team anymore forward. I cannot take it more.
Yeah.
Then to just hang on for the sake of it didn't feel right.
You had turned down an honorary doctorate degree from Bangalore University, stating you don't deserve it and will work hard towards sports research before being worthy of it.
Firstly, I'm very respectful of the fact and honored that they taught me. So I don't want to, they thought me capable of giving me that degree. But I just, like I said at that time as well, I just, my mom actually is did her doctorate in art, and she did it at the age of 56 or 57.
Oh, really?
So I.
You got two doctors in the.
We do 2 doctors. In art. So I saw my mom do that at that age. I saw her go through the whole process. Doing it on. So she did it on Nicholas Rotary and his Himalayan paintings, and so she went through that whole process, and I saw that, right? I saw that firsthand, and then just to be given it because I played the game. I mean, I've got many rewards. I'm not refused other rewards that I've got for playing the game. I mean, I've got a Padma Shri, I've got a Padma Bhushan, I've got, I've got other rewards. I'm ICC Player of the Year, or I've got other rewards. So, but this just felt to me like I was getting something, in my opinion. I'm not trying to be disrespectful of other people who get it. It just, again, it's really personal. It's a truly personal thing for me. But I saw my mother do it, and I have to work through it. And I was just getting it for, not really doing didn't feel like work. For my cricket, I was getting other rewards, and I'm happy to accept it. So I just felt at that time I didn't feel like accepting it. Again, not being judgmental on anyone else. Yeah. It's just purely a personal viewpoint. Not trying to say that this is the way everyone else should do it.
So I want to get your point of view as a captain, which you were. Unfortunately, in my opinion, a very short stint in the sense of longevity, but a very productive one. What is the role of a captain as you see it? Should he be consensual? Should he be, this is the way I see it, and I've got great clarity of thought, and therefore, I know what I'm doing, and lift people who are, some fine performer suddenly hits a trough,
So I just think in terms of leadership, I think leadership's also changed today, and we talked about the millennials, we talked about young people and all that. And I think also leadership today can't just be about, I think the dictatorial form of leadership or the authoritarian form of leadership's, honestly, in my opinion, a bit outdated. You need to be able to carry people along. You need to be able to lift people along. I think so in the past, I think, information was something, or knowledge was something that was not many people had, and then they had the power. Today, I think with so much of information and knowledge around, everybody seems to have that knowledge and information. You're not special because you have some information, because everyone in your team will probably have more, and some will probably have more information than you. It's just about what you do with that information, and how can you bring everyone's information or everyone's knowledge, everyone's skill together harmoniously to be able to achieve something. So I really think that, in my opinion, leadership is really about, like you said, it has to be a bit consensual. It has to be about, bringing that group's collective knowledge or collective influence, collective intelligence to the fore for the best, for the best result.
So Rahul, just moving on to aspects of your career, and some of these may be kind of, more abstract, you might feel, but they are important to understand. So my first question would be, is sportsmanship important, or is it very contrived concept? From the outside, people feel sports persons must have a sportsman's spirit or sportsmanship in them. Is this how people within feel, or is it up to the individual?
So the whole basis of sports is it's like an organized activity with certain rules and regulations. I think that's very important. I mean, if everyone decides that they want to have their own rules and own regulations in a sport, it's not going to work. We're not going to see sport in the form that we see it. In that, of course, there's a broad spectrum of what you see as sportsmanship. That can vary from person to person. I think a certain amount of respect for the rules, respect for regulations, respect for your opposition, respect for spectators, respect for people who follow the sport. At a personal level, I think is very, very important, because that really adds meaning to what you're doing. Otherwise, it just becomes too transactional, right? Then you're just playing it for the winning or losing or for the money. And it's almost like it's too transactional. I guess there might be people who might say that's all it is for me, and I'm not there to judge them. But I certainly do feel that, like I said earlier, I think you get more out of yourself and more out of the sport if you're willing to understand its larger role. And that's where I think sportsmanship, just plays a big role. Just like I said, just respecting the people that you're playing with and playing against. Having a respect for what is your role in the growth of the sport. It's not about just you. Like, I think Don Bradman put it beautifully, when he said that you're just custodians of the sport for the time that you're in it. And then the sport is much bigger than all of us. And we have a responsibility then. If you see it like that, then I think you'll view the whole thing very differently. Rather than just saying, I'm here for 10 years, I'm here to win this series, this World Cup, and make my money and go away. So
it's a cynical point of view.
I think when you look back, maybe I'm a lot older now, so I think
is success in life a result of talent, and how much of integrity, temperament, transparency?
I think it's a combination of all of these things. You can't succeed in life without talent. There's no question about it. Like I said earlier, a lot of people I know who work extremely hard, extremely dedicated and disciplined, but have not been able to achieve success because they didn't have certain gifts or they didn't have some luck. So you can't dismiss that stuff completely. But I think to get the best of yourself, along with talent, you need a lot of these other things. Hard work, discipline to what you want to achieve, and integrity of your purpose. Also a lot of these things need to come together if you want to achieve long-term, sustained, consistent success.
After winning the Under-19 World Cup, you were a bit hurt that you got higher prize money and the support staff got lower or lesser prize money. And you asked for an equal division of prize money. So
my mindset really at that point of thing was the contribution was everyone's in the group. I think in a team environment, I was very respectful of the contribution of the rest of that support staff. And I wouldn't have been able to create the environment. The winning was done by the team. I don't ever take credit for that. The team, Prithvi Shaw's team won the World Cup. We, as a support staff, did our bit to create an environment. That's all. And in that environment, I felt that everyone had played their part. And so I just felt a bit unfair that, I was being paid a little bit extra. It was a more equitable way to do things and a fairer way to do things and the right way to do things, to be honest. Because everyone had an equal part in that environment. If I had, been a player, when I was a player and I scored more runs than someone and I got the man of the match, it was a different story. It's, it's a clear black and white performance. And you get that.
Truth Talks is basically to draw out, the person who's being interviewed, their mindset, their understanding of their profession, life in general. Anything you have, suggestion which would make it more effective?
I don't know. I just think that having these conversations around some of the challenges in our society, just having, I think, more conversations around the fact that that you can follow certain principles and you can follow certain rules and still be successful and be able to acknowledge that you're going to make mistakes, but you're going to learn from those mistakes. I think it's really, really important. So, I'm not really sure what else you could do. But it's great. It's a great platform.
Lovely. That was splendid.
Thanks.
Wonderful speaking. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Put your hands together to welcome Director-elect A. Venkatesh to present the Rotary Institute 2122.
Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you the incredible Rotary Institute of Zone 4, 5, 6 and 7. Mahabs 21. Feel the heritage. Dear senior leaders and distinguished delegates, here is an official call from the convener, RI Director-elect A.S. Venkatesh.
Vanakkam and Namaste. Rotary leaders of zones 4, 5, 6 and 7, it is my privilege to invite you to our Zone Institute for the Rotary year 2021-2022. This will be held at the historic 7th century town of Mahabalipuram in Tamil Nadu, the capital of the erstwhile Pallava dynasty. Mahabalipuram boasts of several heritage sites and lovely beaches. You will have the opportunity to meet, greet and network with other Rotary leaders from our zones, listen to some eminent speakers, enjoy some great food and watch some awesome entertainment. Mahabalipuram, besides being a popular tourist town, is also close to some other places of interest, such as Pondicherry with its Aurobindo Ashram, Kanchipuram, the place known for its silk sarees, and several such other places. This was also the site chosen for the high-level summit between Indian Prime Minister and Chinese Premier a year ago. I have been there several times and I would want each one of you to not miss this opportunity. It will be an institute where you can feel the heritage. Please mark your dates. The institute will be held on the 10th, 11th and the 12th of December 2021. All the adjunct seminars will of course precede the institute as usual. Our world leader for 2021-2022, Shekhar Mehta, will be there. Vinita, me and the chairman for this institute, M. Muruganandam of District 3000, and the entire team of Mahabs 21 is waiting to welcome you to our Zone Institute. Don't miss this opportunity to feel the heritage. Welcome to Mahabs 21.
Why Mahabalipuram? Ladies and gentlemen, have a glimpse of the history, variety and glamour the event has in store. Mahabalipuram, named after the benevolent king Mahabali, is a historic town founded by a Hindu Pallava king, Narasimhavarman, between the 3rd and the 7th century, also known as Mamallapuram. The ancient town is a UNESCO World Heritage Site that lies along the Coromandel coast of the Bay of Bengal, 37 miles south of Chennai. The Rathas, the Mandapas, the descent of the Ganges, Lord Krishna's butter ball are the group of royal monuments that show the architectural genius of the artisans and artists. The Shore Temple is the one surviving structure of the legendary 7 pagodas. The temples were built by the efforts of 3 generations of the Pallava dynasty and took a whopping 200 years to complete the site. Every year, classical dance and drama festivals are hosted to preserve and promote the ancient culture, which not only offers a visual treat for the eyes, but also calms the mind and soothes the soul. Pondicherry, another prominent tourist destination that is just an hour away from Mahabalipuram, has many buildings, churches, temples and statues that preserve colonial ambience. Sri Aurobindo Ashram, founded by the renowned freedom fighter and spiritual philosopher Sri Aurobindo, is one of the most important ashrams of India, located in the eastern part of Pondicherry. Kanchipuram, an ancient pilgrimage city ruled by the Pallavas and medieval Cholas, houses the world-famous Kamakshi Amman temple. The city is renowned for its hand-woven silk saris. The institute venue, 4 Points, Sheraton and Convention Centre, spread over 20 acres, is the green belt at the edge of Chennai city. With the concept, bigger is better. The property is spacious and integrates technology and aesthetics and is equipped with elegantly designed rooms and suites, large confluence hall and a grand lawn. Radisson Blu Resort Temple Bay, Mamallapuram, our venue for the adjunct seminars, offering unparalleled views of the Bay of Bengal, is just steps from the shore. Set in 44 acres of lush landscaped gardens, the resort has the area's largest pillarless ballroom and expansive lawns ideal for gala dinners. A land renowned for its heritage, coupled with the warmth and hospitality of the team, will give an unforgettable institute to each and every one of you. Let's hear from the event chair, past District Governor, Rotarian M. Muruganandan.
Vanakkam and warmest greetings everyone. The first and foremost, I thank RE Director-elect PDGA Venkatesh for having given me the privilege to chair Rotary's prime event, Mahabs 2021. I'm excited to work with a team of enthusiastic leaders for an experience you will always remember. The friends, I assure you that this institute would be a stellar example for both purpose and pleasure. The hosted in luxurious seaside accommodation. Be ready to immerse yourself in the timeless marvels of the Pallava architecture, to enjoy exotic beaches, to savor thoughtfully chosen authentic delicacies, to listen to eminent speakers in the engaging session. Indulgent dance, music, fun, laughter and gala merriment. Samati and I, along with the team of Mahabs, are eager to welcome you and take you through this remarkable journey where you will be inspired, connected and pampered in the land known for its hospitality and warmth. Dear leaders and delegates, I urge you to save your dates for 10th, 11th and 12th of December 2021. Please register with your spouse and be part of the breathtaking experience. Join us, let us say yes to Mahabs 21 to feel the heritage. Thank you. Nandri.
Presenting before you the committee chairs of Mahabs 21. Remember the dates: December 10th to 12th, 2021, for our Zone Institute at Mahabalipuram. For registrations, please log on to www.riinstitutemahabs21.org. Early bird registrations close on 31st of March 2021.
Friends, once again, welcoming everyone to our Zone Institute. Say yes to Mahabs 21 and let's feel the heritage together. Thank you. Nandri.
The pandemic has thrown a lot of our plans out of the window. We've all had to make changes to our lifestyles, but we must continue to fight to survive. To talk to us about fighting the disease, a man who needs no introduction, the Sahenshah himself, Amitabh Bachchan.
मगर वक्त ही तो है, गुजर जाएगा, गुजर जाएगा। जिंदा रहने का ये जो जज्बा है, फिर उभर आएगा, गुजर जाएगा, गुजर जाएगा। माना मौत चेहरा बदल कर आई है, माना मौत चेहरा बदल कर आई है, माना रात काली है, भयावह है, गहराई है। लोग दरवाजों पे रस्तों पे रुके बैठे हैं, लोग दरवाजों पे रस्तों पे रुके बैठे हैं। कई घबराए हैं, सहमे हैं, छिपे बैठे हैं। मगर यकीन रख, मगर यकीन रख, ये बस लम्हा है, 2 पल में बिखर जाएगा। जिंदा रहने का ये जो जज्बा है, फिर असर लाएगा। मुश्किल बहुत है, मगर वक्त ही तो है, गुजर जाएगा, गुजर जाएगा। बाजार खाली, सड़कें सूनी, मोहल्ले वीरान हैं। बाजार खाली, सड़कें सूनी, मोहल्ले वीरान हैं। खौफ बरपा है, हर तरफ लोग हैरान हैं। ये वो कहर है जो दुनिया को डराने आया, ये वो कहर है जो दुनिया को डराने आया। मगर नासमझ है जो इंसान को हराने आया। इतिहास गवाह है, ये मसला भी सुलझ जाएगा। इतिहास गवाह है, ये मसला भी सुलझ जाएगा। जिंदा रहने का ये जो जज्बा है, गुम हुआ है, टूटा नहीं। जिंदा रहने का ये जो जज्बा है, गुम हुआ है, टूटा नहीं। यही जज्बा फिर असर लाएगा, फिर उभर आएगा। मुश्किल बहुत है, मगर वक्त ही तो है, गुजर जाएगा, गुजर जाएगा, गुजर जाएगा।
An alumni of Purdue University and Harvard Business School, Dr. Habir Khorakiwala is the founder chairman of Wockhardt Group, a major research-based global organization in pharmaceuticals, biotechnology and hospitals. A Rotarian for the last 52 years and the president of his Bombay North Club, he was also the president of FICCI, Federation of Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, IPA, Indian Pharmaceutical Alliance, chairman of the Board of Governors at the Center of Organization and Development, and chancellor of the Jamia Hamdard University. Dr. Khorakiwala has received many honors and awards, including an honor at the hands of the Venerable Mother Teresa for his contribution in the field of science and research. Today he will be moderating the session COVID-19 Way Forward for Managing Pandemic Challenge. Can India convert this into an opportunity?
Very good evening to all the Rotarians and viewers. we have tonight a very distinguished, illustrious panel, and the panel collectively have enormous degree of leadership and experience in different field of endeavor, and I will try to very briefly introduce our panel members. I'll just follow the alphabetical order. The first person I would like to introduce is Dr. Randeep Guleria, who is the director of All India Institute of Management Sciences. He is a Padma Shri, recipient of many awards, including BC Roy Awards, and and also very importantly, he is a member of National Task Force on COVID. With me is the Mr. Amitabh Kant. He is today the CEO of Niti Aayog. He has been an IS officer and in governments in many areas, but more importantly, he is Niti Aayog. He is part of transforming India, and he has been responsible for many government initiatives, including the Make in India, Branding India, Incredible India campaigns. And is one of the very unique government IS officer who thinks of vision and of tomorrow. And the image one have is very different when you meet with him. He's always bubbling with new ideas. So we are indeed very happy to have him today. The next one I have is Mr. Nandan Nilekani, who is a Padma Bhushan. He is a co-founder and the chairman of Infosys Technologies. And what that is an organization he has created. More importantly, has been in the government and created Aadhaar, which is a very unique identification of more than 1 billion people. And this is something like this, no one has accepted. We have in India this system. He has received many awards, and he was considered the 100 top influential person by Forbes magazine and by Foreign Policy magazine at various times. He has written a very interesting book, Imagining India, and that is where we will tap his brain while discussing some of the aspects of the future. My good friend and my colleague, Mr. Pankaj Patel, we know each other for last several decades. He is the chairman of Zydus, and he has the innovator of a new vaccine which is being developed, and we will discuss with him about that. He is also the chairman of IIM Udaipur and a board of governors IIM Ahmedabad. He was also a past president of Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry. Mr. Ajit Ranade is one of the leading economists in the country, and is the president and a chief economist of Aditya Birla Group. He has been a research advisory panel of Indian Institute of Banking. He is obviously IIT, IIM graduate and a PhD with the Brown University, USA. Last but not the least, Dr. Pratap Reddy, Padma Vibhushan, founder and chairman of India's first corporate hospital, Apollo Group. 75 hospitals today he has created in this country. And actually he has given a birth to corporate hospitals in the country. And many of his Apollo Hospital work has been discussed as a case study topic at Harvard Business University. So welcome to all of you. And what we'll try to do, have a sub-conversation on the way forward for managing pandemic challenges. The last pandemic the world has seen was in early 90s, 1919, where we had swine flu, where nearly 40 to 50 million people have died, when there were no vaccines, no treatment. And today, at least we have now the vaccines available. But what is unfortunate happened was for last 30 years, scientists have been predicting a possibility of this pandemic. Some of the movies have come talking of the pandemic. World spends nearly $4 trillion on managing healthcare every year. But we were totally not prepared when the pandemic hit us. And I think that is a great learning. I think we in the world and the healthcare area, today we have worldwide more than 50 million people affected. In India, we have 10 million. And about 1.5% are fatal when they receive in India. Worldwide, this average is 4%. And in some of the Western countries, it is as high as 7 or 8%. Our economy has lost tens of trillions of dollars in GDP during this 9-10 months of pandemic, and it is likely to continue some more time. But on the very positive side, that the vaccine discovery generally takes 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, has taken time within 1 year. Several new platform of vaccine has been discovered, like messenger RNA. Now, we have only 3 or 4 platforms over the last 60, 70 years. To develop entirely a new platform itself is, from a research point of view, it's a great thing happening. And what is equally important, that we already have 5 or 6 vaccines worldwide approved. In India, there are 3 vaccines, 2 are already approved, 1 is on the way very soon. So this also shown India's emergence for innovative research program through COVID vaccine. And therefore, let us get back into our discussion today. And this is where I like to quote Mother Teresa. She said, "Yesterday is gone. Tomorrow has not yet come. We have only today. So let us begin." So I would like to begin by asking Mr. Amitabh Kant first, that what is the government thinking and approach, and maybe Dr. Randeep Guleria can join afterwards, of vaccinating in India. And when do you believe, is it going to be free for all, or would it be restricted to a certain number of people? Because there confusing news comes every day in the paper. So we would like to know from you, what is the government approach of vaccinating India?
So thank you very much. I'd first like to say that India is a very big manufacturing hub of vaccines around the world. We have 19 companies. We've done a lot of vaccine development for rotavirus, Japanese encephalitis, typhoid and malaria. And our Indian industry and R&D enterprise has really risen to this COVID-19 pandemic. There are 5 key strategic principles which India has adopted for the COVID vaccination. Firstly, that there should be very orderly, smooth implementation, which is being driven by technology. And secondly, there is no compromise of existing healthcare programs, especially national programs and primary care. And thirdly, we utilize the experience of universal immunization program and the experience that we have of election. And fourthly, ensure people's participation. And I would also like to say that a lot of learnings have come from the Aadhaar movement, which Mr. Nandan Nilekani had led. And we've also said that there will be no compromise on scientific and regulatory norms, and our standard operating procedures have been laid out. We've done a clear prioritization of beneficiaries, and the priority is to really protect the health and pandemic response system and reduce deaths due to COVID-19. So the priority groups for phase 1 COVID-19 vaccination is really about healthcare workers, frontline workers, the personnel from state and central police departments, armed forces, home guard, civil defense, and also the prioritized age group, the persons above the age of 50 years and persons with less than 50 years but with associated comorbidities, and the prioritized age group, which is persons less than 50 years with associated comorbidities. And we going about it in a very, very systematic, methodical manner. As you are all aware, there are we've focused on a lot of innovation that has taken place, both on AstraZeneca, which the Serum Institute has led, and the Bharat Biotech vaccine. But a wide network of cold chain stores have been created at different levels, and we are working through a series of supply mechanism through the government medical store depots, where stock will be maintained for a maximum of three months, and 4 GMSTs in India have been created. But broadly, I would say that a lot of homework and a detailed action plan has been laid out so as to lead this in a very systematic and methodical manner. And after the first phase, we will work out the second round of strategy.
Dr. Nib Goria, would you like to add anything? And how do you see the scenario of COVID going forward when part of the country would be getting vaccinated in next 2 months? Also, I just want to ask this time the question also that the 2 vaccines which are approved, one is the Oxford vaccine and another is Bharat Biotech vaccine. And there was a statement by you also that Bharat Biotech vaccine is reserved. And obviously the phase 3 clinical trial is not yet over. So in other words, the safety data may be available, but what is in a double-blind study, what about the efficacy data? And some of the states have a reservation. So would you like to clarify this confusion?
I think I'll start with the second question first, because that is the one which is more contentious. I think it's important to understand that what we were trying to say was that this is an add-on as compared to what is already available, because the maximum number of doses are barely available from Serum Institute of India. When you're having a pandemic situation and you're wanting to control a pandemic, you will have to accept certain things which you would not have done in a non-pandemic situation. So if you were to look at a vaccine in a non-pandemic situation, even the Serum Institute vaccine, or I would say even the Pfizer or the Moderna vaccine, you would want more data in terms of long-term efficacy. Currently, the long-term efficacy data for all the vaccines is not there. We don't know which vaccine will last for 6 months, which will last for 1 year, and how quickly the efficacy will wane. But you have to really understand that in a pandemic situation, you will have to take decisions looking at whatever data is available and having your prioritization correct. The priority that India had was that it should be safe and there should be good immunogenic data. We accept the fact that the efficacy data may not be that strong, but there is good immunogenic data which indirectly suggests that the vaccine is likely to be effective. However, in an ideal situation, one would like to have good randomized control trials, the phase 3 trial, and good number of events. Good number of people should have got COVID infection, and then you would break the code and then see how many of them had been vaccinated and how many had got placebo. But if we were to do that, it may take quite some time. And we're in a situation where there is a lot of concern about things happening in the other parts of the world, especially in Europe and UK, where because of the variant strain, and even in South Africa, it was decided that we need to be able to do something for a situation where you don't have any treatment available. Remember, till today, we don't have any antiviral which is effective. And because we have really no treatment against COVID-19, looking at the data and looking at the population that we would need to vaccinate, it was said that this may also be added on as another vaccine, but the data will evolve, and that's why it's still in a trial mode. But at least you will be able to provide certain efficacies. And globally, this has been done by different countries. I mean, even if you look at what UK has done, UK has changed its entire treatment strategy because of what they happened. They're now the second dose is being extended to 12 weeks. They're even looking at giving the second, mixing the vaccines. The first person may get Pfizer and he may later on get the AstraZeneca vaccine. There is no scientific data on this. So in a pandemic situation, you will have to do things which may not be totally right, but they may have some evidence to suggest that they are beneficial. And this, I think, is the controversy which got created. But if we really need to quickly vaccinate 30 crore people, that is 60 crore doses are needed. And 30 crore is actually almost equivalent to the population of the United States of America. And this is just for phase one. We will need as many vaccine shots as we can get. And therefore, I think I'm not even talking about Bharat Biotech. I think if we have good data from the Sputnik vaccine or from the vaccine which comes out from Zydus Cadila, we should take it as early as possible because we need to have as many vaccines available for our country. So I think we should look at it from that point of view rather than getting into the nitty-gritties of 60% efficacy, 80%. We have to save lives and we have to get over this pandemic, not only from the point of view of the economy and other things, but a lot of other things, education for that matter, or non-COVID related work for patients are suffering a lot because COVID has really put a lot of non-COVID work on hold. So I think that is something that we need to keep in mind. Now, coming to the first question, the way forward, I think we need to be aggressive because we are at a place where I think the country is in a very, very comfortable position now. Our cases have coming down, our recovery rate is high, our mortality is the lowest in the world, and people are really quite surprised as how are we managing this. We managed to really come out of this pandemic in a situation much better than many countries which had a health system which was far advanced as compared to ours. But then we should not sit on our laurels. We need to really work aggressively so that we don't have another spike, and we need to invest so that we are ready not only for any mutation that may happen in this virus, but like we are saying, for future pandemics. So surveillance has to become very active. We have to invest in genomic surveillance and other things. So I think these are activities that we need to look at as we move forward as far as the pandemic is concerned.
So you have rightly highlighted that in a pandemic situation, saving lives are important and science has to be interpreted correctly for various decision making taken and not go by what is historically done in a normal circumstances, because circumstances are very unusual. Nandan, I would like to ask, because you have been playing a very important role, I believe, in distribution, and since the government has identified the priorities of vaccinating various people, and I believe the government is also using Aadhaar. Could you enlighten everyone that what is it exactly the digital approach one is taking in this kind of large-scale vaccination of the entire population? You are mute. You are mute.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think the government has been very proactive on the technology side, and they have developed a platform called CoWIN, which is an extension of an earlier platform called EVIN. Now, EVIN was primarily meant for vaccine supply chain management. And the CoWIN extension is also to record the vaccination and the person who was vaccinated. So this is something which is very important because we want to build, India needs to build a highly scalable architecture for vaccination, because if we want to achieve herd immunity as soon as possible, we may have to go to millions of vaccinations per day kind of an approach. And that requires a very strong digital backbone. And I think we can take the CoWIN, and with a few more things, it can be highly scalable. Also, the other important thing that the government is doing, which people don't give enough attention to, is the idea of having a digital vaccination certificate. Because a vaccination serves three purposes. One purpose is for the health and protection of the individual. The second purpose is the public health goal of getting herd immunity and reducing transmission. And the third is to unlock the economy and allow people to travel freely. And when people start traveling freely, there are going to be they're going to be asked whether they have a test or whether they have a vaccination. And if they have a digital vaccination certificate on their phone or a printout or on the cloud in the DigiLocker system, and they can show that certificate at that point, and that certificate can be verified that it's a genuine certificate, then I think you can also unlock the economy very fast. So the government is proposing to issue such digital certificates to everyone, and India will be the first country in the world to issue a digital vaccination certificate, which is verifiable. So I think that's a very important part of what's happening. I do, however, believe that the current model of vaccination will have to be enlarged, because now it's purely through a government channel, and that may make sense for the first 3 crore health workers and essential workers. But the moment you get to the 27 crore people above the age of 50 and comorbidities, the vaccination will have to be opened up, because just the government channel will not be able to cope with the volume. And here again, Aadhaar has a very important role to play, because Aadhaar also has the age of the individual. And if you have a rule that says people above the age of 50 only have to be vaccinated, then we can give the vaccines even to a private company like Apollo or yourselves or anyone, and say you can only use this vaccination for above the age of 50 and submit proof with an Aadhaar authentication and the age of the person vaccinated. So that way we can unlock the vaccination and not limit it to only one channel. So I think technology has a very important role to play. The government has done a great start with CoWIN, but there are a few more things to be done to get the scale and the loosening up some of the things so that we are able to get to millions of vaccinations per day. I'll stop here and come back later if there's a question.
Yeah. No, I would like to go to now Mr. Pankaj Patel. And I would like to congratulate you for a very bold decision you have taken to develop a vaccine. And I believe that it is in a phase 3 clinical trial. So when do you expect your vaccine to be likely to be there in the available for vaccination? And what do you think in terms of availability of vaccine required? Because if all vaccine requires 1, 2, or 3 doses, we are literally talking of 2.5 billion doses of vaccine required. So could you like to throw some light on the research as well as the availability of vaccine? You are mute, Pankaj. Pankaj, you are mute. Yeah, thank you.
So very good evening, and thank you very much for inviting me to share my views. So our vaccine is currently undergoing the phase 3 study. We have very encouraging data for phase 1 and phase 2 data with respect to the immune response and the safety of the vaccine. As you are aware that we are using a DNA platform technology, and this is a DNA plasmid vaccine. The main important point to understand here is that these will not, the DNA will not get converted into anything else in the body. And as a result, it has been proven in past that the safety of this platform is very good, and that's the reason why we selected DNA as a platform to develop the vaccine. Our phase 3 studies are undergoing now, and depends upon when we touch the magic number of 150 COVID positive number, that's the time we would have the phase 3 readout, and that will tell us about the details about the vaccine efficacy, and that's the time we would like to offer the vaccine to the people. Of course, if there is emergency requirement and if there are some specific things comes up, we would discuss with the government in right invest and make sure that if there is a need, we can also support the government. With respect to the manufacturing, we have set up a plant to manufacture about 150 million doses of the vaccine per year, and we're planning to work with other companies to actually manufacture this vaccine also, to ensure that large quantity of the vaccine is available, because it's not only India, but the whole world is looking at India now for getting the vaccine, because the vaccine which is developed in the developed world has a limited ability, and that would only go into the developed world. The whole of the rest of the world, which is a large population will still need a lot of vaccine from India in particular. Just to tell you, Habil, further, that our second platform technology vaccine, which is basically a vector-based vaccine, and we have used a measles vector vaccine. And that is currently undergoing the preclinical toxicity, and soon we will be moving into also clinical phase for that vaccine. So we are working on two, and also we are working on the third platform, which we'll tell later on. But I think very important point, Habil, just to add here, though you don't ask me, I would like to add here that we need vaccine and we also need treatment. So absolutely at the same time, we need to work on treatment. And I'm happy to inform that our monoclonal antibody cocktail has been undergoing preclinical toxicity at this moment. And we expect by March, we will move into clinic with monoclonal antibody cocktail, which could be one of the possible treatment for COVID. And of course, there are a lot many other things which is being done by several players in India and abroad. Finally, I would like to say that all this is possible in India because the government has been very proactive, very supportive, and the kind of thing which we are talking about in past about bureaucracy, red tape, delay, we have not seen in COVID times. Everybody is willing to help. Everybody is willing to discuss. Everybody is open to meet us, talk to us 24/7 and help us to move forward. So it's a great effort done by the whole country, and that's why we see the results that we have vaccines available, and we also at the same time much better outcome of the COVID pandemic.
Pankaj, what you have rightly said, that there is a great symbiosis and collective approach of the companies, private companies, the research organization also, it is involved, manufacturing, regulatory, and also some financial support also government has given. Do you believe that India has become a fairly important player in pharmaceuticals, and Prime Minister says we are the pharmacy of the world? In USA, the generic pharma has a 40% market share. Do you think this gives you a great opportunity for India to become a very important player in a drug discovery space in next 20-25 years, if the right kind of policies and financial support is available? What do you think of this, Pankaj?
So I think we have proven that India can do it, and Indian scientists can do it. So I have a great belief on our scientific people. In fact, if you see the Western world, where big companies who have been doing research, most of the people working there are of Indian origin, who have been graduated and learned from India and then went into different countries, got jobs, and they're working there. So if environment is created, ecosystem is created in India, I'm clearly seeing that India can do definitely what Habil you said. And I think your companies are working on that area. We also work, but several other companies have started working on it. And we need to really give them a boost. But great learning of COVID-19 should actually teach us how to move forward.
The other important phenomena, if you have noticed, it is the smaller companies, like the German company with Pfizer, Oxford University with AstraZeneca. So the research has been taken, discovery taken by the small company. You don't need large company to innovate. The larger companies help in terms of clinical trials, organizing, and marketing. Uniquely, Indian companies have that advantage of manufacturing and marketing distribution. And if we can, as in India, come with a policy framework of taking this, that we can be an innovative hub of the world also, along with the few countries which are already there. May I now come to Dr. Pratap Reddy? You have 75 hospitals. You have experienced a large number of patients coming for COVID. And what is learning you have as a hospital chain to manage this COVID patient, because you have to keep it separate. You can't make sure that it doesn't happen. And at the same time, this also gives an opportunity from Indian healthcare of developing some kind of excellence, which I know Apollo Hospital is also working on some of the areas of breakthrough healthcare approach. Would you like to say a few words on that?
Thank you, Habib. First, I must compliment the government and all the others who made India safe as we are today. But as far as Apollo is concerned, I think for 3 decades we've been continuously improving the quality of delivery and clinical excellence in each of these fields, and I think that made a significant impact. Along with it, I think we followed whatever the government directions are, the 3 major things that they have advocated, which made a significant impact. But more importantly, I think we introduced what's called 24/7, where people could call in and say whether their symptoms are COVID or non-COVID symptoms. If it is COVID symptoms, we send them for testing, and then if the testing is positive, we had what's called the Kavach, where we took about 3,000 rooms across the country, and nearly 40,000 of our hospital beds were allotted for this purpose. They were either treated in the hotel, and then they had the direct teleconsults with the patient and the doctor, and our home team managed them at the hotels. Then later on, if they needed, in the hospital, depending on the doctor's advice, and managed either in the individually or sometimes in the intensive care units. And all of these, I think, have made a very significant impact in first bringing down the panic in the people who have either not got it or got the symptoms by 24/7. But I think overall management, I would say, with the guidance, must complement the public health care, private health care. It didn't separate itself as saying we are different, but we all work together towards this goal of saying, what can we do in this most difficult situation in treating patients? That is why I think our mortality, our way of management of patients have made a very significant impact. So I pay a great tribute to the doctors and the nurses and all the superheroes who supported us during all of these periods. But I think we have a lot more to learn now that tomorrow is going to be the day when the vaccination is going to come. We want to see that vaccination reaches people as early as possible and as many people as possible in the shortest possible time. This is what Ananda Nirkalni clearly pointed out. I think we all should see what is it that we can do. As far as private healthcare is concerned, as far as Apollo is concerned, we have all of the facilities to be able to inoculate a sufficient number of people, large number of people on each day, so that we could complete this program as early as possible. But we will not violate what the government has, because they have got clear guidelines. When they ask us, all that I want to say is Apollo hospitals and other private hospitals are ready to participate in this vaccination program and make the country as safe as possible and receive as many vaccinations as possible in the shortest possible time. Because that's our goal. Our goal is not to give vaccination for the people, to give vaccination for all the people who are vulnerable, for all the people who are called the comorbidity, and for all the other people who want to be protective. So I think it's a large number, because our numbers are not comparable anywhere in the world. But I think in India, we need to be able to handle this large number of people. All that I can say is government has made several efforts and we are with them. We will not violate any of their directions. But when they ask us, all that I can say is we are prepared. We have made our drills possible. We have checked out how we can deliver large number of vaccinations on each day. So all of these are possible. But our greater strength was in management.
Thank you.
Results. I just want to say only one more thing.
Yes,
we had a district hospital in Chittor. Even there, the mortality figure is less than 1%. We had 200 COVID patients in the district hospital. Even in the district hospital, because we had this, what's called the Red Book and whatever the government instructions continuously gave in the management. All that has been followed. And this is where I think India is we are proud that India had guidelines given by the government and the various responsible authorities, and everybody has fallen in line with it, which has made a very significant impact in both, especially in the case of morbidity and the recovery process.
Thank you very much. It was very enlightening. To Mr. Ajit Ranade, as an economist, what kind of situation you see post-COVID? Is there anything which worries you?
So, Dr. Abil, thank you. I'd like to say that this we were discussing a lot on vaccine deployment. So this massive, large-scale deployment of vaccine, I see it as a dual stimulus. It's both a health stimulus and a fiscal stimulus for the country. Just at an average, a conservative price of 200 to 300 rupees per dose, imagine 500 million doses, just not only the cost of the dosage, but including the entire system of the supply chain, the paramedical and medical staff, the professionals. I see it as almost like a 1 lakh, between 1 and 1.5 lakh crores of stimulus. Now, how much of it will be funded by the exchequer, the treasury of the government, and how much private sector we can discuss. And in fact, organizations like Rotarians would have I think would have a significant role to play. But this itself is a big stimulus. Secondly, I would like to reiterate what Mr. Pankaj said. It's not only about vaccine, but it's also about treatment, but it's also about the third thing, which is prevention. So in fact, India has demonstrated to the world, we have been able to flatten the curve remarkably well. And of course, fatality rate is also low. So there's a triple approach. There's vaccine, there's treatment, and there's prevention. And I think the third thing is about communication. As I think Dr. Reddy also said, what we need is, the consumer confidence, and consumers will come out. For example, all the footfalls in retail sector, there will be confidence when we have confidence about the efficacy of the vaccine and the treatment. But there also consumers will spend when they have much more confidence that business is hiring, there's recruitment, and business will have confidence only when they say consumers spending. So in a way, business confidence for capex and recruitment is dependent on consumer confidence, and consumer confidence is in turn dependent on business confidence. And this is where communication can play a role. And it's not only about the government coming forward. I think this organization like Rotarians, this has to be led equally by private sector, in the public and private combination, that we need to have a strong communication about this recovery process. You began by quoting Mother Teresa. We should not look at yesterday, because if you look at the growth rates, the growth rate of the economy this year is unfortunately going to be -7 or -8. You can't look at the future because you can't do forecasting exercise. I think this year, if you focus on the present, if you look at quarter to quarter, you saw the quarterly results for the September ending quarter. We are getting results for the December ending quarter. Quarter to quarter, we are seeing a remarkable recovery. In fact, a lot of the economists and analysts are surprised at how sharp the rebound is. I submit to you that the rebound will depend on this interplay between consumer and business confidence. And that's where the health stimulus, I call it a dual stimulus, which is health and fiscal stimulus. That's going to be very important. And lastly, one point I'd like to make is this pandemic has given us this opportunity of a dual, a great resurgence in not just the health aspect, which is a whole system of health, pharmacy, scientists, vaccine, drugs, but also digital. I think Mr. Nandan mentioned that. So this combination of digital and health has got a huge, has had a huge impetus. And lastly, you began by asking me, what do I worry about? Economists always worry about lots of things. But I'd like to say that I would worry especially, or pay more attention to the financial sector, especially the banking sector, because the Reserve Bank of India has done a lot of, has helped a lot through its stimulus programs, and there's been a forbearance, there's been moratorium, there's been, there's been a standstill on recognition of NPAs. But once all of this goes away early next year, next few quarters, we do not need to be confronted with a sudden spike in NPAs. Even the RBI governor has been talking about it. So that's where I think we'll need to focus a lot of attention to recapitalize the banks and to get the banking credit system growing again.
Yeah, thank you. And I think you have very interestingly highlighted that this vaccination program itself can be a great stimulus, both because of vaccine and the whole infrastructure which will be used for vaccination. Since Mr. Nandan Nilekani has to go a little early, so let me ask two questions to him. One is, you've been a great business leader, and you have seen that during COVID period, we have learned to manage with less resources and become more efficient. So would you like to share some of the areas where the business can use this experience and restructure their business in future? That is question number one. Second, you mentioned you have written the book Imagining in India, and especially on education. What is the role India should play, and what would happen to educate our people? Which we have the education, but the quality of education is not to be desired. So would digital India can transform the education system in India over the next 10 years or so?
Thank you, Habil, and these are both very important and interesting questions. As you pointed out, we have seen digital acceleration during COVID, and digital trends which have taken years to happen have happened in weeks. And I think that has an impact on every company. The one thing that we have learned is that we can all work from home. I mean, just to give you an example, at Infosys, we have 240,000 or more employees in 40 countries. And in the month of March, when the lockdown started, within a matter of a couple of weeks, all these people were working from home on their laptops in a fully secure environment. And that has now continued for 9 months. So we know that we can work from home. And therefore, what this means is that post-pandemic also, a hybrid model of working will evolve, where some people, unless you are in the proximity service, in a lot of services, you can do it remotely. So, something like 2/3 of the people will always come to the office, 1/3 will come home and work from home and so on. And this has implications on how we design offices, how we design workflows, how cities get designed, impact on traffic, impact on pollution. So I think this is a huge thing that is going to change all businesses. And COVID has also shown that we need to reinvent all our business processes and eliminate unnecessary activities. Because when you're doing something distributed, collaborative, you have to make it as efficient as possible. So I think there's a massive thrust around the world to reimagine business processes in a digital manner. So that's on the business side. On the education side, actually, India has done something remarkable. The Ministry of HRD has launched the Diksha program, which is a program to use digital to accelerate learning. And this program has done very well in the COVID times. Millions of teachers have got trained online. Millions of textbooks have got, they have QR codes, and children can just use the phone and look at the QR code and read the content. So the Diksha program is actually a great success story, and it has accelerated during pandemic. And just recently, the Ministry of Human Resources, Ministry of Education, and the World Bank had organized a seminar for African countries on December 18th, where a dozen African countries were very keen to replicate the Indian model. So this is another example of made in India, made for the world. And I think digital education has been accelerated, and the government has done a tremendous job already.
Thank you very much. Great to have you. My next query is to
Thank you. So I'll leave. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Nandan, very much. It was a great contribution you made to the panel discussion.
Okay. Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Dr. Randeep Guleria, what we are seeing here in India is a very steep decline in the COVID cases and the mortality. The question is, in the West, this mutation and whatever is happening in UK, USA, and other Western countries, there is a sudden spike which is higher than the peak they had earlier. Even China reported yesterday that they have millions of people getting into lockdown situation. What do you expect here, that this decline is there, this will continue, and with vaccination, we may not have another peak coming up, or coming up, the peak is inevitable?
I think India's situation is rather unique, and this has been some sort of a paradox in a large number of people as to why is it that, considering our population and considering the events that have happened in the last few months, including elections in many states and festives and other things, we've not had a spike. And I think that is related to multiple factors. It's an actual fact because our testing actually has gone up and we're doing more RT-PCR based tests, which will give you a real picture of what is happening. And even in states which have had elections and had huge election rallies, there has actually not been a spike in the number of cases. So I personally feel that because of a number of factors, which could include that we are a younger population as compared to the Western world, we do have a lot of other exposures during our lifetime, which really boosts our immunity much more than what it does abroad because of recurrent infections, parasitic and others, and exposure even to the other coronaviruses which cause a mild flu-like symptom. And of course, the theory that BCG vaccine also gives us some degree of protection. We have some degree of protection, and we have also acquired some degree of possible good amount of herd immunity because of the number of cases and the spikes that we've had over the last 6-7 months. Therefore, I think that we possibly will not really follow the West in terms of a spike of the magnitude that they're seeing. There may be some ups and downs in depending upon different areas, but I don't really see the type of picture that was happening in the West happening in India. But having said that, it doesn't really mean that we can be complacent. We really need to be aggressive in terms of rolling out the vaccine as early as possible. That's going to be a big step, but also continuing to really push for COVID appropriate behavior till we are certain that we have enough people vaccinated to really say that we are in a sort of a safe situation. And at the same time, there is what is already happening, and I'm hopeful that in the next few days we'll have some data out, to get some serosurveillance data done, to give us some evidence as to what is the protection that we have acquired in the community in terms of people having had mild infection and recovered, and therefore not now having an increase in the number of cases. But I think we should really take advantage of the current situation that we have and push aggressively forward so that we are able to decline it further and really don't go the way that other countries have gone. I don't think that will happen. But having said that, we need to work aggressively to make sure it doesn't happen.
From a positive note, we conclude this part of the session and we move to the next part of the session. Can India convert this into an opportunity? Because it is always when you have challenges and difficulties, there is a lot of new learning takes place. And sometimes India, we have probably a possibility in some of the areas to convert this into a global competitive advantage. As Gandhiji has rightly said, the future depends on what we do today. So may I ask my first question to Mr. Amitabh Khan on this subject? This is an issue regarding the healthcare itself to begin with. Government spend on healthcare is very small, less than 2% combined. And most of the spend, about 80%, is by the individuals, maybe through insurance, some directly from their pockets and through ESIS scheme. The West spends between 10 and 12%, US spends about 18%. What is it we need to do to make the healthcare, the entire population, make it available, the basic healthcare facility and the treatment? And there is a different approach available? Like, for example, if we grow GDP at say 7% or 8%, if the healthcare industry grows its GDP at double the rate, their growth, over 10 years, this 5-6% spend can become 10-11%, and we can even be spending on and providing healthcare. So is Niti Aayog has some ideas on restructuring the healthcare for India?
I'm a long-term believer in the fact that it's not possible for India to grow at high rates of 8 to 9% per annum on a long-term basis of 3 decades unless we don't lay a lot of focus on health and nutrition. And, the 2% that we spend of our GDP on health is extremely low, and we must take it to 5% of our expenditure. And I think there is to be a huge emphasis on primary health care. One of the things that we've rolled out was the primary health and wellness centers. 150,000 of them, out of which 50,000 of them have already, as a part of Ayushman Bharat scheme, 50,000 of them, close to 50,000 of them are already operational. And the objective really is that prevention is the best form of disease, and therefore if we are able to across the country put a lot of emphasis and resources in the primary health care, we will really transform our health system, and that is really the key. And secondly, as you are aware, we've rolled out PMJ, which is really the biggest insurance scheme across the world, and it is totally digital. It is cashless, paperless, covering over 500 million Indians, which is more than the population of USA and Europe put together. And we need to expand on that and also cover the missing middle of India through some kind of a payment mechanism, so that eventually we are able to cover all vulnerable sections of India's population. But I'm clearly of the view that India needs to spend much more on health and nutrition, and nutrition also is a very, very important task which India has to do. But let me put this in a perspective, because the cumulative COVID deaths recorded per million of population up to 2020, end of 2020 in India, were around 109 per million. And that is compared to 587 globally, 227 in developing countries, and 828 in developed nations. So we managed both lives and livelihood quite well in the midst of this very major pandemic. But the challenge really is that how do we look at the future, spend more on health, spend more on nutrition, spend more on education, and use technology to leapfrog. Really, that is really the key, using technology to leapfrog, as we've done in both health and education, get into more R&D and get into the sunrise areas of growth. And many of these sunrise areas of growth, of genomics, etc., will be health related. And that will enable India to accelerate its growth process in the coming years.
Thank you. Pankaj, would you like to elaborate on both the research part of it as well as provide, you have a hospital also in Ahmedabad. So on a general healthcare, because as a pharmaceutical leader and a visionary, you are very familiar with what is happening in the healthcare scenario in India. You have some new thoughts, especially there has been some thinking on public-private partnership, where government has a lot of infrastructure facilities. So do you have any ideas on that? Would you like to share? You are on a mute.
Thank you, Abil. I will start with the second question first. We tied up with the government of Gujarat to set up a hospital and a medical school in the tribal district of Gujarat called Dahod. And we set up a 750-bed hospital and a medical college there. And now there are hundreds of students studying there, and also the full-fledged college. When the COVID thing, we set up the whole district's COVID center there. And I'm happy to say that our success rate has been phenomenal, less than 1% death. And the point I'm trying to raise here is that it is possible that you do not require crores of rupees to run that hospital. If there is a public-private partnership, some of the infrastructure is given. Some additional infrastructure the private player has to add to provide modern, at least up to secondary care treatment to the people. And then with putting along with that education can actually create a kind of an efficient model to run a sustainable healthcare system, which is not dependent on the government grants and government support from a long-term perspective. And that is practically possible. And that's what we are clearly seeing that is done it. We did that first in Ahmedabad, which is currently doing postgraduate education. It's running 100% without any government support, and it operates at the zero charges for patients. Same thing is happening in Dahod. So I believe that public-private partnership in healthcare area could be a big thing to happen in a country like India, because that's the only way we can provide healthcare to everybody. That's the first important point. The second point about that, and I think Amitabh ji also said it correctly, we have to harness the scientific talent of India. The time has come that if we start and use the power of science and you harness the scientific talent, we can create difference in the world. Today I know my colleagues and my friends in other countries, when they get COVID, they simply said stay at home. But Dr. Pratap Reddy said correctly that when people went to him, he said, come and stay. I will provide you a hotel room where you can stay. We will monitor you. Or if you stay at home, our person will come and make sure that you are checked regularly. That's a great service our country is providing. You don't find that anywhere else in the world. People are just left to stay at home. If there is oxygen level goes down below 90, come to hospital, we'll see if you have beds. Now that's not the way our country or our government has behaved. We all collectively work together to make sure that everybody is taken care of. And then nobody looked at, how can I do it? It's not my job, it's government job. Or government never said, it's your job, it's not government job. I think that is the partnership between private sector and government is very important. And I think if we have to create a robust healthcare system in India, we should pursue more.
Thank you. Very rightly, you have said your experience public-private partnership has a great opportunity. Dr. Pratap Reddy, would you like to share some of those your visionary ideas of providing better healthcare, both private and public?
I think what our Aftab said is phenomenal, that we must increase our public spending to at least 5%, because that is necessary for not only treating people, but I think for prevention. So the greater emphasis now in 2021 onwards will be, how do we prevent people? So I think this is where many of us are making so much effort. Now, for example, we have brought in what is called the Pro Health, which will tell and give an individual his state of health. So anytime, anywhere he goes, his record is on his hand so that he can know what small things he could correct himself. So I think prevention should become the order of the day for the 21 onwards. The second thing, I think, whatever we think, there are three greater opportunities that healthcare is going to offer for the country. Number one, the medical value travel. I'm happy the government announced some, department and a huge amount of 3,000 crores. Unfortunately, COVID set it back. But today, if you look at India, we have the clinical excellence. We have the cost is 10% of the cost. We have two things which you can't buy with the douche mark or $1. That is care and compassion. I think this is what is drawing people. People who were in major hospitals, Mayo, Mass General, they all flew in ambulances to our Proton Center in Madras because they have heard that in Indian healthcare, and they were so happy. At the end of the treatment, they all said, we would have never ever had this kind of treatment ever in the world. I think the medical value travel is a $400 billion industry. If only the government can push this in the various countries and their offices act frankly. First it started with Bangkok, then it went to Singapore, Malaysia, Germany, India could become the biggest, largest global healthcare capital. That is number one. The second thing is the services. India has these young people. If you can train them properly with this newer type of education, if you can give them, they could be not only useful for us in our country as our healthcare needs grow, but they could become the largest number of NRIs for sending their remittances back to the country. Because we have requests from several countries, from Japan to US to UK, everywhere there's a huge deficit of healthcare people. That is the third thing. And final thing is, we need to, he said, we need to encourage them. 40% of the medicines today are supplied by them. We should be proud of that, for what they're doing. We should see what can we support them. So I think more clinical trials, more research, and more importantly, what we need is to develop innovation and patent. If you develop patent in the country, the cost of the product is going to be very much less. The manufacturing before on medical side was very, very little. I still recollect when I interacted with the chairman of GE, he said, Dr. Reddy, you have only hardly a few hundred CTs. So when it became 1,000, I asked him, why did he manufacture? So he started the manufacture, and then when they did that, he said only Dr. Reddy should go and inaugurate that. But today, they are not only supplying large number of CT scans to the country, they are exporting. Similarly, ultrasound. I think this could become huge business for our country, providing employment, providing foreign exchange, and saving for a significant amount of foreign exchange in the country. I think healthcare now must say, whatever steps that we are taking now to control the COVID is very, very important. But I think if you look at this, automation and artificial intelligence is going to digitization and robotic surgeries and 3D printing. This is going to play a very significant role. This is where we should invest. We invested all that last year because the World Bank threatened us, saying by year 2020, 80% of the deaths will be from NCDs, and the cost burden for the world will be $30 trillion. For India, it will be $3.8 trillion. Why can we afford this kind of $3.8 trillion? And why should we? Because all of the diseases, diabetes, if it's controlled properly, it will not cause any other damage. Heart attacks, we know the various risk factors, if you detect through the preventive health checkup, you can prevent a heart attack, because heart attack in the Caucasian race and the Indian race is different. Because they get heart attack between 60 and 80, whereas we get a heart attack between 30 and 50. Now it's happening between 25 and 40. Similarly to the strokes, cancers are curable. I always tell my village, 3 years ago, we took up the village and started screening them. This year, they detected 19 cancers, 11 in women, 8 in men, all operated. So they will be cancer-free. So I think this is where I think our whole thought process and working towards, and with the support of Aftab, I think we can do many things to transform how we do things using technology, using digitalization, and then see what can it not only keep India healthy and happy, but also make India as a major foreign exchange earner. I'm positive. I think we do. We have already started what's called the Pro Health, which is using artificial intelligence. I'm the first one who started the health checkup program way back in '74 called Master Health Checkup. Then we changed it to Apollo Health Check. Today, it is a Pro Health using artificial intelligence, 22 million checkups. And it detects earlier enough, and this is where I think if you can prevent, prevention should become the key word in the entire healthcare focus that we do today. I can say many things, I think.
But I think you have given a wonderful ideas of healthcare, competitive advantage, new things we can do and play India a very big role. One of my question to
Only add one more thing. Can I just add one more?
Yeah, please go ahead.
I must thank Rotarians because we have started what's called the PINK program across the country for the Rotarians. And I think we're looking at the world for the Rotarians to do this PINK program. The PINK program is only on the prevention. How do I advise them on to stay well? What do they need to test themselves to know what their physical condition is? And then how can they stay better? So I think Rotarians and we are very close. I'm very, very keen on promoting the program, not just in India, world over for Rotarians who want to give this. But the little what I have given them, I want to give this back to the Rotarians across the world. God bless.
Ajit, what are some prescription you can give, one or two areas which would propel the economy in next 12 months or so?
Yeah, Dr. Abil, looking back, I think the pandemic is merely an episode. Of course, it had very deep consequences, but it's an episode. That what I mean is that it has not changed the structural features of the Indian economy, the young demography, and the dynamics of the workforce and the potential for high growth. I'd like to reiterate what Mr. Amitabh Kant said, that this pandemic episode has reminded us that our spending on healthcare is woefully inadequate. In fact, it should double. And he also mentioned nutrition. Let's not forget that our rankings on hunger indices or on malnutrition are not very encouraging. So I would like to take advantage of Mr. Amitabh Kant's presence here to suggest a national campaign like we did midday meal scheme. India provides something like 110 million freshly cooked midday meals to school children, which is the biggest in the world. Let us also introduce 1 glass of milk for every child for breakfast every morning throughout the country, especially for the less privileged, because India is the largest milk producer in the world, 180 million tons. Yet our per capita consumption is low. Of course, I can exclude the lactose intolerant kids, but basically this is an idea which is worth pursuing. But on the larger question, Dr. Abil, I think, just to give an example of paramedical, for example, nurses, while we talk about the economy, let's also recognize that we are going to have more than 200 million people who are elderly. Surely we should be expanding much bigger healthcare and social security to the elderly. When we look at the size of Indian government, the central government spending as a percentage of GDP is only 15%. If you add state governments, another 10, so it's about 40%. Most European governments are at 50, 55% of GDP. Even USA, which is much more free market oriented, is at 42%. So when we think our government is very large, let's keep that in context. But of course, all those governments spend substantially more on social security, which is care, including the care of the elderly, income and health security of the elderly. I think we are going to have a very large population of elderly, about almost 200 million and growing. We need to pay attention to that. And we don't have time today, but I know where will the resources come from? I mean, the question always is that to take care of doubling healthcare spending, taking care of social security of the elderly, where will the money come from? I think this money is available. I think we can have a substantial growth in the industrial and services economy. We need to be much more focused, outward focused, export earnings, and we should reprioritize government spending. That is, think of it as transferring resources from running many PSU, privatization agenda, and redeploy those funds towards healthcare. I think very briefly, that should be the strategy.
A very short question and a short answer. We are running out of time, but I will ask last question to Dr. Randeep Guleria. You are one of the leading pulmonologists in the country. Does the pollution in major city worries you because of the pandemic we have, which also affects the lung? Your observation and what do you think? Do we become more susceptible because of the high pollution?
Pollution is a cause of concern, especially in the Indo-Gangetic belt, and something that we've been working on for a long time as far as prevention is concerned, trying to look at various means. It's a multi-sectorial involvement and it has to have a lot of public participation. Coming to COVID, there is a lot of data from even SARS and now from Italy and even from US as a pre-published article, which has shown that in areas where pollution levels were high, there was a higher mortality because both of them cause inflammation in the lung and lead to worsening as far as COVID is concerned. So there is a link with worsening of COVID and increased COVID mortality with high levels of air pollution. So I think we need to really have a sustainable plan to tackle the problem of air pollution where multiple sectors, the health sector, the sector where pollution is being generated, and looking at it from the economy point of view and how we can find sustainable solution needs to be developed, because this is a problem which comes every year in the winter months and we forget about it in summer. I see this every year for the last more than 5 to 10 years. We have to find a sustainable solution. And I think COVID has taught us a lot in terms of how we can innovate, how we can move out of our silos and have multi-sectorial talks and develop strategies where people from different sectors can come together and do things. We started making ventilators, we started making PPEs, we started making N95. I'm sure we can find a solution if we all put our heads together.
Thank you very much to all of us and all of you for a very stimulating, interactive, and thought-provoking session we had in discussion amongst us. And someone has said rightly, the best way to predict the future is to invent it. And I saw many ideas both on management of COVID, vaccination, healthcare sector, economy. Brilliant ideas have come. And I'm sure some of these ideas will get percolated and we will see newer India, an India which reinvent itself. And I believe that we are at the cusp of an opportunity to reinvent, reimagine, and recreate India of tomorrow. I think it was an intellectual feast of 75 minutes. And many Rotarians and viewers recognize that what we have seen is a collective 250 years of wisdom, experience, and knowledge among the panel members. Very, very distinguished panel members. And I would like to thank each one of you, Mr. Nandan Nilekani, who has just went away, Dr. Pratap Reddy, Mr. Mehtab Khan, Dr. Randeep Guleria, Ajit Ranade, and Pankaj Patel. Thank you very much for being with us this evening on this Rotary International function. And I'm sure all the viewers of Rotarians and other viewers would have enormously benefited from the interaction which you shared with them. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you, Rakesh. Thank you.
Before we move on to the entertainment for tonight, we have a few announcements to make. You all know him. Please join me in welcoming Honorary Secretary John Daniel.
The show must go on, whatever happens. Good evening, friends. I am PDG Dr. John Daniel, Secretary, Rotary Institute 2021. Rotary Institutes are always events of erudition, entertainment, excitement, fun and fellowship. Rotary Institute Kochi team, under the agile leadership of the convener, our beloved RI Director Kamal Sangvi, partner Sonal Madam, and the entire team headed by Chairman PDG Sanjay Kamka, had planned and carried out excellent arrangements for an unforgettable event at the beautiful city of Kochi. The COVID-19 pandemic has gripped the entire world with its tentacles and has afflicted the lives of all, irrespective of barriers of caste, color, religion or region. All programs and events were also affected and so was the Rotary Institute Kochi. As said by Ronald Reagan, the greatest leader is not necessarily the one who does the greatest things. He is the one who gets people to do greatest things. Our RI director, Kamal Sanghvi, is one such leader who not only implements his ideas but also drives people to do their best. He has conducted several mega events for Rotary. True to our Rotary presidential theme, Rotary opens opportunities, and to deliver the paramount to you, Rotary Institute Kochi was shifted to the virtual platform as Odyssey. With a curtain raiser event of an unparalleled guts and GNTS, which was perfectly curated by the chairman, RI Director-elect Dr. Mahesh Kodbagi and partner Dr. Amita, Rotary Institute Odyssey is on, with the best of the speakers from all walks of life to serve you with an intellectual feast and with best entertainments to amuse you. So friends, each session is precious. Please don't miss any. My sincere appreciation to Chairman PDG Sanjay Kamka and Meenakshi, who burned a lot of midnight oil to make this event such a brilliant one. Let me also appreciate PDG Sandeep Narang and Anu, PDG Madhav Chandran and Sujata and the entire team of Rotary Institute Odyssey for this never before experience. Though we are unable to meet each one of you in person, we want everyone to know how special you are to us. It is said that every gift from a friend is a wish for your happiness. So wishing you all the best in 2021. As a token of our love to all the delegates and guests, we have sent you certain gifts which are handpicked exclusively for you. Although we missed the fun in Kochi, the Rotary Institute team still wanted you to enjoy a flavor from Kerala. So with lots of affection, we are sending your way the most delicious and crunchy cashew nuts from my hometown Kollam, which is known as the cashew capital of the world. We hope that you will enjoy our treat. We are also sending you a very special gift hamper consisting of 100% natural products from Wild Ideas, which are of high quality and unique. Wild Ideas is a sustainable rural livelihood project for empowering women from unprivileged background to stand on their own feet and become financially strong to lead a dignified life. Our gifts are thus designed to give the best to you and at the same time support the needy in the society. So dear friends, once again greetings and best wishes from convener RI Director Kamal Sanghvi and Sonal Sanghvi, RI Director-elect Guest Chairman Dr. Mahesh Kodbagi and Dr. Amita, Institute Chair PDG Sanjay Kamka and Meenakshi, myself and my wife Meera, and the entire Rotary Institute team. After all, love is the ultimate gift one can give or receive. Our love and gratitude to you all.
Next up, closing the night, is the stand-up comedian and a YouTube personality. He was rated among the top Indian comedians by the CNN, IBN, and was the only Indian to perform in the Hong Kong International Comedy Festival. Put your hands together for Atul Khatri.
Thank you guys so much for having me here. So are you guys ready for comedy? Come on, come on, come on. Are you guys ready for comedy? Make some noise. So how many of you have watched live stand-up comedy before? Make some noise. Woohoo! Okay, watching Arnab Goswami on Republic TV doesn't count. Even though he's funnier than most of us comedians put together. Any fans of Arnab? Any fans of Arnab? Make some noise. Okay, actually I was a huge fan of Arnab, but no longer a fan because he's become too right-wing. But the best thing what I still love about Arnab is that he invites people on his channel, invites them every night, puts them in one of those cells in his Excel sheet, and then 2-3 rascals, he doesn't allow them to speak throughout the night. And all those poor guys just keep on doing Arnab, Arnab, Arnab whole night long. I love him. He's the judge, jury, executioner. But let me tell you, honestly, as a stand-up comedian, we hate to perform for this kind of a very serious crowd. Honestly, we just do it for the money. Because most of you won't laugh now. You'll remember my jokes on the pot tomorrow morning and then laugh. And usually what happens in these comedy shows, you have the senior people sitting here and there So the rest of you will watch them. That if they laugh, then only we will laugh. But I'm so glad that today we have Mr. Kamal Sanghvi, my friend, all the way from Dhanbad. Mr. Bharat Pandya from Mumbai. I am a Mumbaikar. And also congratulations to Mr. Shekhar Mehta. He is here as a chief guest. Thank you so much, sir. And all the best for your next term. And also my good friend Sanjay Khemka from Dhanbad. So we are all fun crowd. We are going to have an amazing good crowd. And good fun, yes. So let me warm up the audience. All the single people in the house, make some noise. Woohoo! Okay, all the married people, make some noise. Okay, I can hear it, I can hear it. Okay, all the wives who love their husbands, make some noise. Welcome, welcome liars to the show. Thank you so much for coming. All the husbands who love their wives, make some noise. Come on guys, back me up now. Let's get this better, let's get this better. All the husbands who love to go to Thailand without their wives, make some noise. Okay, now we're opening up, And one final call. Only the good looking Rotarians in the house make some noise. Only the good looking Rotarians. Amazing, some of you are so optimistic, feels good. But let me introduce myself. My name is Atul Khatri and I am 53 years old. Yeah, you know, usually I get a clap over here. Come on. Because at the age of 53, I am India's oldest English stand-up comedian. In fact, I'm so old, or rather some of these people in our comedy line are so young, all in their mid-20s, early 20s, that whenever I perform with them backstage, they get confused. Should we call him dude or should we call him dad? And honestly, doing stand-up comedy at this age is very tough. It's very tough. No, it's not the talking part. You know, as we guys get older, we can speak for hours. It's the standing part which is a problem. But today, thanks to COVID and thanks to Rotary, I'm sitting down in my house and doing stand-up comedy. Yes, man, but for people who don't know, actually, I was a CEO of an IT company for close to 25 years, yes. It was a New Year resolution, 1st Jan 2012. I decided I don't want to die in a corporate job. So I signed up for a comedy open mic night. Comedy open mic night, for those who don't know, it's a night where you can go on stage and humiliate yourself in front of strangers. I didn't tell my children about it because that time my elder daughter was 17, my younger daughter was 15. They would say, "Baap satya gaya is umar mein comedy kar raha hai." But I'm so glad I stuck to the decision because from there it started. I went on and on and on. And here I am 9 years later performing for the Odyssey Rotary Institute 2021. Thank you guys so much for having me here. It's a real pleasure to perform for the Rotarians. I've done many shows for Rotary clubs all across the country. And genuinely, as a comedian, let me tell you, you are the most fun audience. Thank you so much for being such a fun audience and supporting comedy. Yeah, so I started my journey 1st Jan 2012, and exactly 8 years later, 2 years back, that is 1st Jan 2019, I had my comedy special which came out on Netflix. How many of you watched my comedy special on Netflix? Make some noise. Woohoo! Okay, only 4 people. Rest of you cheap Amazon Prime subscribers watching content because of free home delivery. No, this is a very good ratio. I was performing last year in Bombay, in my home city, for close to 3,400 people, and I asked the same question. How many of you watched my Netflix special? And only 6 hands went up. Then there was an uncle sitting on the front row. Even he raised his hand. He's saying, "Beta, what is a Netflix special?" I told him, "Uncle, I had my own comedy special on Netflix. It was part of Comedians of the World, 47 comedians from 13 countries. I was privileged to be a part of it." And he said, "Acha beta, can I watch it on Amazon Prime?" I said, No, uncle, that's a competing platform." He's saying, "Beta, how much is the subscription of Netflix per month?" I said, "Uncle, the premium is around 750 rupees a month." He told me, "Beta, I paid 1,000 rupees for the ticket. हमको यहाँ ही सुना दो." मैंने सुना दिया. So yes, from 2012 to 2016, I did both my CEO Giri as well as stand-up comedy. In 2014, I took part in this contest called CEO's Got Talent. Yeah, exactly, CEO's Got Talent. And I won that contest, and my wife was very happy. And I was very happy because my wife was very happy. Because before that, she used to always tell me, "There, a 53-year-old Indian has become the global CEO of Microsoft. And here you are at 53 going on stage telling jokes and still not being able to afford a legal copy of Windows for the children's computer." But yeah, man, in 2016, I was enjoying stand-up comedy very much. So I resigned from my corporate job. But you know what? I was the CEO of the company. I could not give like a 30 days notice and walk off. So I said, I'll take 1 year to fully resign. And in this process, meet every client of mine who had built over the last 25 years. So I used to meet every client, every meeting used to be the CEO of my client, their purchase manager, me, my sales manager. And I'm not joking, 6 out of 10 CEOs after the meeting used to tell me, Mr. Khatri, I want to spend 1 minute alone with you in the cabin. And he used to take me inside the cabin and say, how the hell did you do it? Humko bhi nikalna hai is kachre se bata humko how you did it. But it feels amazing. I love doing stand-up comedy. Every day I get to meet such lovely people like you. Because, 25 years I was running an IT company. You run a fairly, boring, mundane life. I remember for 25 years I used to wake up at 8:30 in the morning, read the newsletter till 9:30, leave home at 10:30. The only best decision in the morning used to be which road to take to go to office, just to change my own scenery. Once a month I used to attend these couple kitty parties with my wife. You guys know couple kitty parties. I'm sure all of you attend these couple kitty parties. And what used to happen in some couple kitty parties, some husbands used to not attend. So my wife says, why your husband not come? Oh, he's gone to China for work. Oh, he's gone to Dubai for exhibition. Then she should look at me, Sale nalak, tu to har couple kitty mein aa jata hai. I said, what do I do? My job is in Bombay. If you want, I'll go to Sakinaka. Sakinaka, for some of those who don't know, it's a suburb in Bombay, which sounds like it's in Japan. No, I'm a freelancer. I wake up at 10:30 in the morning. I read the newspaper at 11:30. The other day I walked out into my living room. My parents live with me. I live with my parents. And my dad was watching an English movie on a Monday afternoon, and I sat down with my dad for the first time in my life and watched a movie with him. I could have never done that in 25 years of my corporate life. And while we were watching the movie, an adult scene came. And my dad immediately changed the channel. I said, Dad, come on, you're 82, I'm 53. At this stage, this is the only action we get, chalne do. But yeah, man, earlier I used to go to the gym in the evening. But now, most of my shows happen in the gym in the evening, so I have to go to the gym in the morning. It's the same gym, but it sounds like two different establishments, So I'm sure all of you would have been to Bombay. In Bombay, there's this area called Marine Drive. So if you come to Marine Drive in Bombay in the morning, it looks like a different city. The hustle bustle, the traffic, the honking, the crowd of Nariman Point. That same Marine Drive, you come in the night, suddenly becomes very romantic. The cool evening breeze, all the couples walking over there. Honking traffic, वो तो 24/7 Bombay में चलता रहता है. My gym is also the same. My gym earlier has to go to the evening, was full of young people, hep music, dick, chick, dick, chick, dick, chick, dick, chick. And the music used to not come from the speakers, it should come from the cocktail shakers, protein shakers. That same gym in the morning is like a Nana Nani park, full of old uncles. Can you imagine how old they are that I am calling them uncle? And I don't know what these uncles eat in the morning and come. Everybody any uncle comes, enters the gym, opens the gym door and says, good morning. And the entire gym goes, good morning. Last time that uncle said good morning, sala dumbbell mere paon pe gir gaya yaar. And all these uncles come and do only 2 exercises. First of all, they do lateral pull down and chest press. Then there are some uncles who have designed their own exercises. They'll take a half a kilo dumbbell and do like this, I said, uncle, ये किसके लिए? बेटा calves के लिए, कुछ भी चल रहा है. But one thing which is very, very good about this stand-up comedy line is, performing with these young kids, All these kids are, 22, 23, all these other comedians, they're younger than my children also. Some of these, comedians are so young that I remember after one of the shows, these guys told me, sir, come home after the show, whole night long we'll play video games. I said, are you mad? I said, I have to go home and play this game called life. I have to go home, sleep early, wake up early, take one of my children for football coaching, take the other one for geography tuition, get them back, pack their lunch, drop them to school, come back, wake up my wife, and go back to work. And ironically, the game with these rascals are playing whole night long is called Call of Duty. But it was amazing, initially. I used to wear different caps on different days of the week. One day I used to go for dinner with all my 40 plus CEO friends, and the bill used to come and we used to have a fight. No, let me pay. We are throwing a credit card inside. Next day I'm having dinner with all these young comedians, all fukriyas, and a different kind of a fight. No sir, I had only 2 rotis. This is my 60 rupees. I had 1 scoop of dal, 20 rupees. Sala GST kon dega, service charge dega. Nobody knows. But it's amazing, thanks to this performing with these young comedians, I'm understanding technology. I got different apps on my smartphone. I'm on Twitter, I'm on Instagram, I'm on Snapchat, I'm on Tinder. Yeah, So Tinder, for all those recently married people who are watching this show, Tinder is a dating app. And people ask me, dude, you're married. Why are you on Tinder? And I tell them, just because I've eaten doesn't mean I can't look at a menu of a restaurant. And I use Tinder very, very effectively. Nowadays, whenever I go to a new city, I don't judge the city by its airports, hotels, infrastructure. I judge the city by the quality of option it offers me on Tinder. And Tinder Bombay is amazing. Let's give a round of applause to Tinder Bombay. Yeah. Last year I was in Ahmedabad, and Tinder Ahmedabad is pathetic. Kept on giving me only one option, Jashoda Ben, Jashoda Ben, Jashoda Ben, swipe left, swipe left, swipe left. Also, I've been drinking a lot with these kids. After every show, all these young comedians say, sir, let's go drinking, let's go drinking. But I'm from Bombay. Does anybody know what's the official drinking age limit in Bombay? Anybody throw a guess? It's 25. Yes, it's 25. The official drinking age limit in Bombay is 25. I know in Delhi it's 1 or 2, but Bombay is 25. And kids are complaining. They're saying if we can vote, we can drive, we can marry at the age of 18. Why the hell do we have to drink at the age of 25? And I tell them first 3 things really don't matter, Voting children, why do you want to vote? All politicians will take our money, every single one of them. You want to get married? Ask us married people what we are going through. Later on, I'll remove this jacket and show you the chabuk ke nishan on my back. Children, you want to drive in India? Why? Indian roads are made up of 2 types of holes, potholes and open manholes. But I think that the drinking age limit of 25 is correct, because I'm talking as a parent, because even I have 2 grown-up children. Because at the age of 25, kids are grown up, they realize the value of money, and hopefully by then earning enough to buy their own alcohol. Yeah, I wouldn't want my 18-year-old child to grow up and say, Papa, दारू के लिए पैसा दे. अरे साले तेरे को देगा तो मैं क्या पिएगा? But yeah, man. But let me tell you one thing, honestly. As a passion follow karna, stand-up comedy is all that okay. But today, money is important. Earlier in my corporate job, sala kaam karo ya nahi karo, 2nd of the month has to get my salary. Today I'm a freelancer. Today, thanks to Rotary Club, I have a show, I have money. Tomorrow, I don't have a show, I don't have money. And I can see that my wife's attitude towards me changes. Depending if I have a show, I don't have a show. Like, tonight, thanks to you guys, I have a show. Tomorrow for lunch, she'll ask me, acha, roti pe ghee lagao. Tomorrow I don't have a show, she'll say, acha, bol petrol dalo ya diesel dalo. In fact, prices of petrol, diesel are more than ghee. 3rd day, no show, she'll give me the atta, khud jaake mal andar. But one good advice, honestly, which I got from a fellow comedian many years back when I started doing comedy. He said, Atul, when you're starting out now, whatever stage time you get, whatever opportunity you get, don't refuse it. Whatever show you get, do it. And when I was starting out, 8-9 years back, I used to do every kind of event. I used to do office parties, farewell parties, mundan ceremonies, Satyanarayan ki katha, Mata ki chauki, chauthas. Yeah, I remember, true story. I once performed at a 5-year-old boy's birthday party, yeah. And while I was performing, those little guys were playing hide and seek. And how do I know that? Because they were using my body as a pillar while I was performing. Like 1, 2, 3, 4. And I couldn't even slap the guy, it was his birthday. Yeah, man, I remember I did a lot of private parties. I remember once I got this call from this lady from South Bombay. South Bombay, for those who don't know, is this very hoity-toity upper market part of Bombay, the upper crust of Bombay. She called me up and said, hi, Mr. Khatri, we are very big fans of yours. Do you perform at people's private houses? I said, yes, ma'am, I do. What is the event? No, Mr. Khatri, it's not exactly like an event. We are a group of girls on WhatsApp. We call ourselves HNF, HNF. Now see, I'm from a corporate background. There's a term called HNI, high net worth individual. So I thought South Bombay must be high net worth females. She said, no, Mr. Khatri, it's hotty naughty 40s. I said, ouch. I said, so ma'am, is it like a kitty party? She said, no, Mr. Khatri, it's not exactly like a kitty party. We are a group of girls on WhatsApp. We meet on the first Wednesday of every month on somebody's house. And every girl has to organize a creative person. Last time my friend got a pottery artist. Next month is my turn. I thought I'll call you. I said, yes, ma'am. I would love to do it, but let me warn you, I tend to do a lot of adult jokes. She said, Mr. Khatri, that's why we called you. We need only adult jokes. I said, acha, ma'am, how many of these hotty naughty 40s usually turn up for this event? She said, Mr. Khatri, we are a group of 20, but at any time, 8 girls always turn up. Now, honestly, I didn't want to perform for 8 hotty naughty 40s in somebody's living room on a Wednesday afternoon. So to get out of the situation, I said, ma'am, why don't you do one thing? Have it in the evening, along with your husbands, along with alcohol. It's not that I need alcohol to make people laugh. It just helps. She said, Mr. Khatri, don't you worry. All we girls love drinking. I'll start making the girls drink since 10:30 in the morning. By the time you come at noon, we'll be totally sloshed waiting for you. Then I got scared. I said, okay, ma'am, let me do one thing. Let me speak to my manager and call you back. That time I didn't have a manager. So I called up my wife. I said, hello, Didi. Because that's what I call my wife after so many years of marriage. I said, hello, Didi. There are these group of girls on WhatsApp. They call themselves HNF. She said, hotty naughty 40s? I said, are you a part of that group? She said, no. We have another group. We call ourselves NHF, naughty hotty 40s. I said, I think they're looking for stand-up comedy. Actually, I think they don't want the comedy part. They just want the stand-up part. Should I do it? She said, are they paying you for it? I said, yeah, very well. She said, then go and do it. As long as you get the money home, don't get any diseases, do what you want. So yes, friends, initially in the career, I also performed for the hotty naughty 40s. But yeah, life is good. Now my elder daughter is 25, my younger daughter is 23, my wife's in her mid-40s, trying to get into her 20s. And here I am 53, looking like I am in my 70s. And this white hair is not because of less melanin, it is because of more expenses. Every time a child makes an expense, एक white ball निकलता है. I'm not joking. Every day in the morning at 8:30 in the morning, me and my wife open an ATM counter in our bedroom. And every 2 minutes a child walks in, withdraws money and walks out. And I've seen that if one of my daughters has overdrawn a limit, she borrows money from the other at an interest. Yeah, I caught my elder daughter selling a 500 rupee note to my younger daughter at 600 rupees. As a Sindhi, I was very proud of it. And also very upset. I said, बच्चा 550 रुपए में मैं ही तुझे बेच देता उसे 600 रुपए मिलने की क्या जरूरत है? Yeah, man, I'm a very proud Sindhi. All the Sindhis in the house make some noise. Woohoo! I'm a very, very proud Sindhi. And my dad was actually born in India, like me. But my mom came from Pakistan in 1947 during the partition, like most of the Sindhis came. Which basically means I'm half Indian, half Pakistani. Which means I'm constantly at war with myself. I hate Pervez Musharraf, but I love Hina Rabani. And because I'm in this confused state of mind, somebody said you must go to the Wagah border because that's where you can see this Indo-Pak harmony happening. How many of you have been to the Wagah border? Make some noise. Yeah, so for those who don't know, Wagah border is obviously a border between India and Pakistan close to Amritsar. And what India and Pakistan have done is they have made these giant stadiums on that border where people can go and sit every evening and watch that closing gate ceremony. Now on any given evening you go there, on the Pakistani side there are 30-40 bored Pakistanis sitting. And on that same evening on our side there are 4-5 million over enthusiastic Indians just happy to be born free of cost in the largest democracy in the world. Naach rahe, kyun naach rahe, pata nahi, sab khush hai. We could see the Pakistanis sitting over there. There was this family next to me. I think she was seeing Pakistanis for the first time. She started telling her children, oh dekho bach log Pakistani. बिल्कुल इंसान लगते हैं तो क्या बंदर लगेंगे हैवान लगेंगे. We started waving out to the Pakistanis, they started waving out to us, but their waving out was more that can we come there please, can we come there. I thought now something will start, but no patriotic song started. I didn't even know there were speakers there. First on the Pakistani side some La Ilahi Pakistan Pakistan, and all over the confusion, कौन सा गाना चला है कभी सुना ही नहीं हमने. Then on our side Lata Didi started singing. You guys know Lata Didi, yes? Aman ki Asha's elder sister. She started singing. Mere watan ke logo. We started singing. Even the Pakistanis started singing with us. And in fact, their lyrics, they knew the lyrics much better than us. Janab, aankh mein par lo pani nahi, haath mein par lo pani, aap ke par lo pani. Now we thought something else will start, but no, 2 MCs came on the road. One on the Pakistani side, one on the Indian side. And the guy on the Pakistani side first said, अब जो हमारी आवाज है हिंदुस्तान तक पहुंचनी चाहिए. And he said, Pakistan! And 30-40 Pakistan, the Zindabad never reached India. No, it just reached the gates. In fact, the baad of the Zindabad just trickled over the gates. Then our guy said, हमने अपनी पाकिस्तान की आवाज से अब जो हमारी आवाज है पाकिस्तान तक पहुंचनी चाहिए. And we were all waiting. And he said, Bharat Mata Ki! And the jai was so loud, it skipped the gates. It skipped Pakistan and went to Afghanistan. I'm sure somewhere in the Tora Bora mountains, the Talibanis said, Jai kisne bola, Jai kisne bola. No? They were screaming, we were screaming, they were screaming, we were screaming. At one time, the atmosphere was so charged up that if our guy, instead of Bharat Mata Ki Jai, would have just said Akraman, I'm sure we would have captured Lahore and Islamabad just with a DSLR and handycams, enough. But yeah, man, I'm a very, very proud Sindhi. I'm a member of this gymkhana in Bombay called Khar Gymkhana. See, most of the gymkhanas in India were set up by the British, but this gymkhana has been set up for the Sindhis, by the Sindhis, of the Sindhis. I love going to that place. Wherever you go there, you see your own Sindhi people, people with excessive body hair, thick bushy eyebrows, hair coming out of their ears, hair coming out of their chest coming out of the hair. But it is here at Khar Gymkhana that we Sindhis have given such a big contribution to the world, which each of you use it whenever you go out to dine. And this contribution is based on simple mathematical ratios of 1/2, 2/3 and 3/5 when it comes to soups. Come on, give a round of applause to the Sindhi. We have invented it. Come on. So let me tell you how it started. Long time ago. See, I'm so old, I have to use the word long also twice. Long time ago, we were 13 of us kids. We went to Khar Gymkhana and we ordered our own individual sweet corn chicken soup. The waiter took our order, went to the head of the table to that wicked Sindhi aunt. She asked him, "Bacha log ne kya order kiya?" He said, "Madam, 13 sweet corn chicken soup." She said, "Tum pagal ho gaya? Bacha log kitna soup piyega? Ek kaam karo, cancel all this, make it 3/13. 3/13? How the hell can you make 3 soups into 13 portions? What kind of measuring instruments do they have in the kitchen? I'm sure, the chef must not know how to cook, must be a computer scientist sitting inside the kitchen, surrounded by computers and calculators, whose only job is to calculate these complex mathematical ratios and to see that the restaurant doesn't go out of business. And he must be waiting dreadfully in the kitchen, waiting for the next waiter to come in and ask him, "Ab kya order laya, Saleh?" And he would say, "Sir, tomato soup 5/23. But this has left a huge mark on me. Even now, sometimes on work, I go alone. I always order my soup 1/2, even if I'm eating alone. Because when you order your soup 1/2, you don't get 1, you get 1.2, 1.25, makes a difference to all you guys. And yes, I remember that day when a 3/13 soup came, we had to cover with a hand so that it doesn't evaporate. But inspired by my set tonight, wherever you are having a drink, don't do your alcohol 1/2. Some things you cannot do 1/2. But yeah, man, I'm a Sindhi, proud Sindhi, married to a Punjabi. All the Punjabis in the house, make some noise. Woohoo! See, even though we are not actually virtually connected, but Punjabis are so loud, I can still hear you. No. और एक्चुअली क्या है, पंजाबियों को स्टैंड अप कॉमेडी समझाने की जरूरत ही नहीं है. Because after 2 drinks, every Punjabi becomes a comedian. Yeah, man, but I'm a Sindhi, married to a Punjabi, 2 of the hairiest communities in India. Of course, we had a love marriage, common love for hair. We met at a medical shop, at a chemist shop. We were both buying Gillette together. And I remember my wedding morning. I was so anxious, I was so tense. Not because I'm getting married, not because I have to sleep with the same woman for the rest of my life. No. But as a Sindhi groom, I was so tense that how many, dinner plates would be consumed at my wedding reception. We had instructed all our close relatives that 4 of you should eat from 1 plate. But some of them went patriotic. They started washing the plates in the swimming pool of the hotel, and 6 of them started eating from 1 plate. And I remember I had a barat, a ghodi. My barat, was 1 kilometer long, but it took 5 hours to reach because my friends were drinking, as if they had nothing to do. And I remember, they have this sarbala, this small guy who's dressed like you sitting in the front. In my house, they got this naughtiest sarbala sitting in front of me in the house. In that 5-hour journey, that little rascal's only initiative was to go and pull the horse's ears. I was so scared at one time the horse would throw me out of the door, stomp me and said, "Sale, abhi kabhi shaadi mat karna tu wapas." And I remember, the 5 hours sitting on the horse. And even my dad got this huge horse, not realizing the son is the bloody dwarf. 5 hours I sat with my feet apart. I'm married for 25 years, but things still hurt down there. And I remember my honeymoon night. I was at it whole night long. No, not that. I was at it whole night long, just opening the envelopes and seeing how much cash we had collected. Some of my relatives, 8 of them came and gave only 51 rupees. I'm still searching for them. If I see them walking on the road, I'll run my car over them. I remember coming out of the shower in the morning, and my wife looked at me and said, "Ew, what is all that white on your body?" I said, "This is talcum powder. We Sindhis put talcum powder after a bath. What do you Punjabis put?" She said, "We put deodorant." She said, "Are you mad? Deodorant costs 200 rupees. Powder costs 80 rupees. I told her, "Boy, use powder is 80 rupees. And now thanks to that, even my wife has converted into talcum powder. But my wife gets very, very upset when I do this hairy jokes, rightfully. Even today she was very upset because I am doing this show for you guys. And today actually is some Sangeet function of a friend's daughter. But I'm so glad Rotary Institute 2021, you have called me here for Odyssey, because I hate Sangeet functions. Because at one time, Sangeet functions in our country were good. You could go there, drink, dance, have a good time. But slowly and steadily, thanks actually to the Marwadis, the Sangeet function has become nothing but, listen to this carefully, a platform where both the families of the bride and bridegroom can fulfill all their unfulfilled Bollywood vasanas and perform to a hostage and captive audience. It's like saying that we have paid for this function, you rascals sit and watch us perform. And I'm fine if the bride's few hot friends come and dance, no problem. But the problem starts in every chachaji, chachiji, mamaji, mamiji, bank managers, debtors, creditors, servants, Rotarians, everybody wants to come and dance. And they don't even choose songs which befit their age. I swear on you, I went for this function where there was an 80-year-old Dadiji dancing to "Ooh la la, main hu teri fantasy." I said, "Stop the DJ, stop the music. Dadiji, there aiye. Whose fantasy are you at the age of 80? And always they have this competition. So other side, there was a 90-year-old Naniji wearing a red sari dancing to "You main chammak challo, Prabhu mujhe upar le lo." But honestly, her dance moves were good. But the only thing was that the tubes of oxygen respirator were coming in the way of her dance moves. And the 2 nurses dancing behind her, up gaye, they were not dancing properly. Last time I went for the function, 1:30 baje tak khana nahi lagaya tha yaar. So I went to the manager, "Bhaiya khana lagao, kal kaam pe jana hai." He said, "Bhaiya, बुआ जी डांस करिए, चुपचाप बैठ के खाइए, बैठिए और देखिए, डांस परफॉर्मेंस खत्म होगी तब खाना लगेगा." So my friends tell me, "यार, why don't you, अगर तेरे को इतना प्रॉब्लम है घर से क्यों नहीं खा के जाता है?" I said, "Boss, I am a Sindhi. जब हमको कार्ड का इन्विटेशन आता है ना, शादी का न्योता आता है, for 6 days ब्रेकफास्ट लंच डिनर हम वहीं खाते, गैस का सिलेंडर वापस भेज देते हैं कंपनी को." Thank you, friends. My name is Atul Khatri. You've been a great audience. Thank you so much. Before I go, wherever you are, please stay safe, stay positive. We are very, very soon coming out of this pandemic. Hopefully next year, I shall be performing live to you guys once again for another round for my favorite audience, the Rotarians. Thank you so much. Atul Khatri here. Thank you. Good night.
Wow, what a fantastic day. Let's meet again tomorrow at 4 p.m. sharp. Stay safe, stay blessed.
you.